Preface. 9/11 is an unsolved crime of terrorism and mass murder. In its name, wars have been waged, governments overthrown, and an untold number of lives sacrificed. The crime itself, however, which was exploited to usher in the war on terror with its draconian security laws, remains unsolved. 10 years after the terror attacks that changed the world, we still do not know what really happened at Shanksville, what hit the Pentagon, or why 3 skyscrapers collapsed on 9/11. The unanswered questions about the events of September 11, 2001 have not even been addressed by the government officials entrusted with the responsibility to investigate crimes of terrorism and prosecute those behind them. No trial was held in the decade after 9/11 to determine who is responsible for the terror atrocity that killed thousands. It is now very unlikely that there ever will be. The politicians and news media, who should be demanding answers and accountability, are not even interested in discussing the subject. How can that be? To understand why the government and media avoid any serious discussion of 9/11, we need to realize that the terror attacks that changed America were an elaborately planned criminal deception that was not meant to be solved. The false flag terror attacks were designed and carried out with the intention that the public would be deceived with a false explanation, blaming the atrocity on Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda in order to get popular support for the pre-planned war on terror and the invasion of Afghanistan. The U.S. military had, in fact, invaded Afghanistan and ousted the Taliban regime before the fires beneath the rubble of the World Trade Center had even been extinguished. That 9/11 was not meant to be solved is evident from the fact that rather than conducting a proper criminal investigation, the federal authorities responsible for prosecuting crimes of terrorism allowed the steel from the Twin Towers, the most crucial evidence from the crime scene, to be destroyed before it could be examined by experts. Other important pieces of evidence, such as the numbered parts from the aircraft, were thrown out like garbage rather than being identified. The outrageous failure by the Department of Justice to protect and properly examine the evidence has resulted in the federal investigation of 9/11 being rightfully labeled a non-investigation. The relatives of the victims and those who had hoped that the truth would be found through litigation in the U.S. judicial system have been greatly disappointed that there has been no trial for any of the families of those killed or the alleged perpetrators of the crime. With all the wrongful death cases having been settled out of court, it is extremely unlikely that there will ever be a trial to determine who is really responsible for the worst act of terrorism to occur on American soil. As a journalist, I began writing about 9/11 shortly after the attacks and quickly realized that the truth was being buried beneath a false story pushed by the U.S. administration and compliant media. It was clear that there was a concerted effort to promote a politically expedient explanation and avoid the evidence and questions that contradicted that account. There was no real effort on the part of the government or the media to actually solve the crime. Although the Bush-Cheney administration did finally appoint a commission and several engineering studies, these were all fundamentally flawed in that they were strictly limited in their scope, denied access to the evidence, and began their investigations by accepting the unproven version as true. By the end of 2006, after nearly 5 years of research and writing about 9/11, it was evident that a form of thermite had been used to demolish the Twin Towers. This was confirmed by the large amount of molten metal found in the rubble and dust, and by the abundance of nanoparticles discovered in the smoke that rose from the burning pile at Ground Zero. Shortly after visiting the 2 scientists whose research confirmed the existence of thermite at the World Trade Center, I was attacked at my home outside Chicago by heavily armed undercover police, arrested, and later charged with assaulting them. Innocent of the false charges, I pled not guilty, and the case went to trial. Although I had discovered evidence showing that the police had conspired to harm me, the judge did not allow it or my expert witness to be presented in court. Video evidence from the police vehicles that would have proven my innocence was destroyed by the police in violation of their own regulations and my formal legal request. The police then openly lied on the stand and presented both false evidence and the fabricated testimony of a witness to the court. With my evidence having been rejected and the police lies accepted by the court, the state won its case against me. Realizing that I was at the mercy of a very corrupt and criminal system that would do anything to silence me, I took my family to Europe in June 2007 before sentencing. Determined to find and expose those who were really behind the terror atrocity, I began writing Solving 9/11, The Deception That Changed the World in September 2007. Having written hundreds of articles about different aspects of the crime, I wanted to present my hypothesis in a coherent and easily readable format. Much of the information in this book is derived from the many investigative articles I have written about 9/11, which are published in a second volume. I recommend reading the companion volume to this book with the collection of my original 9/11 articles to understand how my thesis of Israeli and Zionist involvement in 9/11 developed. Solving 9/11 and my research articles that support it are the work of one man. I wrote this book as a service to the American public and mankind because I could not remain indifferent and watch in silence as the lies about 9/11 were used to wage wars of aggression and transform America into a police state. My hypothesis that 9/11 was an act of false flag terrorism carried out by Israeli military intelligence and Zionist fifth columnists has not been accepted by many in the so-called 9/11 truth movement because it breaks a cultural taboo regarding how Israel and Jews are viewed in America. There are many Zionist apologists who believe that Israel can do no wrong. It needs to be understood that Zionism is a political ideology, not a religion. Although the more belligerent Zionist faction is very well funded and organized and has a highly advanced military at its disposal, it does not represent all Jews. If it is true that Israelis and Zionist partisans are indeed behind 9/11, it does not mean that all Jews are guilty by association. The only people who deserve to be condemned are the criminals behind the terror atrocity and those who have helped to conceal the truth about what really happened. The purpose of this book is to find and expose the real culprits so that the American people and mankind can be liberated from the lies about 9/11. For to submit to such evil deception is to be enslaved by it.
In December 2001, just 3 months after the attacks in New York, Eckhard Werthbach, the former president of Germany's intelligence service, meeting with Christopher Bollyn in Germany, said, "The deathly precision and magnitude of planning behind the 9/11 attacks would have needed years of planning. Such a sophisticated operation would require the fixed frame of a state intelligence organization, something not found in a loose group of terrorists like the ones allegedly led by Mohammed Atta while he studied in Hamburg. Many people would have been involved in the planning of such an operation. The absence of leaks is further indication that the attacks were state-organized actions."
Chapter 1. 9/11 Through the Eyes of an American Skeptic. As a journalist with an independent weekly newspaper based in Washington, D.C., I became caught up in the events of 9/11 from the minute it happened and was able to write freely about the terror attacks that were exploited to start the pre-planned war on terror. From my position as a skeptic of the unproven official version, I have examined the facts and evidence since the day it happened and have concluded that the U.S. government and controlled media have engaged in a conspiracy to deceive the world about what really happened on that terrible day. The dream. The early morning hours of September 11, 2001 found me with my family driving through New York City en route to Washington, D.C., after a weekend trip to Stowe, Vermont. We had visited the Trapp family lodge and gotten a late start from Stowe on Monday afternoon. By the time we reached New York City, our 2 small children were fast asleep in the back seat of the car. Because the hotels were either full or outrageously expensive, I was left with no choice but to continue driving down the highway when I should have been sleeping. To keep me awake as I drove through New York City, my wife Helia described a vivid dream she had had a week earlier, the night before we had left our home near Chicago. In her dream, we were driving toward a city with a skyline of densely packed skyscrapers when a large airplane flew right at us and plunged into the road about 50 meters in front of our car. She turned and saw the plane emerge from the ground behind us and another plane coming at us from another angle. This was a strange dream in which she felt that our family had been under attack. Helia's dream turned out to be an eerie and uncanny premonition of what was to happen in the skies of New York City less than 8 hours later. It was about 3 a.m. in the morning of September 11th when we finally found an affordable hotel room just inside the state of Maryland on Interstate 95. The kids woke up and jumped on the beds, and then we all fell asleep about a half hour later. I woke up about 8:30 a.m. and went down to the lobby for a cup of coffee. The television was on in the breakfast area, reporting that a plane had struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center in Manhattan. I grabbed some pastries and coffee and hurried back to the room and turned the television to the news channel. The children and I went to get more donuts and coffee, and were on our way back to the room when the second plane hit the South Tower. Helia had seen it happen live on television. We were shocked by the events and realized that America was under attack. I immediately called my office in Washington, D.C., and told my boss that kamikaze airplanes had hit the World Trade Center. He thought I was joking. I said I wouldn't joke about such a thing and told him to turn on the radio. I called the office again after the Pentagon was hit and said we would not be coming to Washington, but were heading home to Chicago. Having no idea what would happen next, I thought it would be best to take the country roads and stay away from big cities. We drove through rural Lancaster County, past Amish farmers harvesting a very tall corn crop. I stopped and walked into the fields to ask some of the German-speaking farmers if they knew what had happened in New York City. They said they had not heard anything about it and carried on working with their horse-drawn harvester. Our route from Pennsylvania to Chicago took us near the site in Shanksville where Flight 93 supposedly crashed, but I had no desire to go to the scene of the disaster. We stopped for lunch in a small town. The diner was full of people, but nobody was talking. The people sat quietly, as if mesmerized, listening to the news on the radio. Indications of Israeli involvement. We listened to the radio as we drove across Pennsylvania. It was a beautiful sunny day with a bright blue sky. About noon, I heard a news report that 5 Middle Eastern men had been seen in New Jersey, videotaping and celebrating the destruction of the World Trade Center. Most people automatically associate Middle Eastern with Arab. This early news report immediately planted in the public mind the idea that Muslims were behind the terror attacks. This line of thinking quickly became the accepted explanation, and although it remains unproven, became the official version of 9/11. The first indication that the attack on the World Trade Center was an elaborate false flag operation came with the arrest of the 5 men on the New Jersey side of the Hudson River. These men, described as Middle Eastern in the first media reports, were later identified as Israelis. A false flag operation is a crime which is designed and carried out so that another party or nation is blamed. The 5 jubilant Middle Eastern men who had filmed themselves smiling and celebrating with the burning World Trade Center in the background were identified as Sivan and Paul Kurtzberg, Oded Elner, Omer Marmari, and Yaron Shmuel. 2 of them were actually known to U.S. law enforcement as agents of Israeli intelligence, a fact that was ignored by the media. The Israelis had been observed taking video or photos of themselves with the World Trade Center burning in the background. Sivan Kurtzberg told the police that the men had been driving in their van in the immediate vicinity of the towers that morning. He was photographed flicking a lighter with the burning towers behind him. A woman who had observed the jubilant Israelis said she was struck by the expressions on the men's faces. "They were like happy, you know," she said. "They didn't look shocked to me. I thought it was very strange." When they were arrested, Sivan, the driver of the van, told the police, "We are Israeli. We are not your problem. Your problems are our problems. The Palestinians are the problem." The story of the 5 men celebrating the destruction of the Twin Towers was dropped from the national news when it became known that they were not Arabs or Muslims from the Middle East, but Israelis. The noteworthy fact that these men, who clearly had prior knowledge of the attacks, were in fact Israelis, and that they had been arrested at gunpoint with box cutter knives, multiple passports, and thousands of dollars in cash, driving a van that tested positive for explosives, was only reported by Paulo Lima in a local New Jersey newspaper, the Bergen Record, the following day. This important information, however, was completely ignored by the New York Times and the other national mass media outlets based across the river in New York City. I discussed the details with Paulo Lima on the phone, and this important and suppressed story became the subject of my first article about 9/11. I realized then, during the first week after 9/11, that the mainstream news media was ignoring and covering up important information and evidence about the terrorist attacks. There would be, for example, no reporting in the mainstream media of the evidence of Israeli involvement or prior knowledge of the attacks. This was just the beginning of the censorship the media was to impose on the events of 9/11. The possibility that these men could be Israeli intelligence agents involved in a spectacular false flag terror attack was discussed in my article that went to print in American Free Press on September 20th, 2001. Months later, Forward, a well-known New York-based Jewish newspaper, confirmed that Urban Moving Systems, the Weehawken, New Jersey-based moving company that the men worked for, was actually an Israeli intelligence front operation, and that at least 2 of the men, evidently the Kurtzberg brothers, were known agents of Mossad, Israeli military intelligence. Dominic Suter, the owner of the company and a suspect in the terror attacks, was allowed to flee to Israel after the Federal Bureau of Investigation had initially interviewed him, but before they could interrogate him a second time. He has not been extradited to the United States. After being held for 10 weeks, the 5 Israelis were sent back to Israel on visa violations. Elner, Marmari, and Shmuel appeared on an Israeli television show without the Kurtzberg brothers in November 2001. The 3 Israelis confessed that their mission had been to document the 9/11 attacks. Quote, "The fact of the matter is that we come from a country that experiences terror daily," Oded Elner said. "Our purpose was to document the event." The Israelis' prior knowledge of the attacks reveals their evident complicity in the murder of some 3,000 people. One would think that such a revealing public admission by a suspect, claiming prior knowledge of the terror attack, and saying that his purpose was to document the event, would be extremely newsworthy information in the United States. Sadly, this was not the case. Rather than discuss the evidence, the mainstream media promoted an unproven version of events in which the blame was assigned to 19 Arabs with ties to Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda. There were other conspicuous indications of Israeli involvement in 9/11 from the beginning. On the day of the bombings, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli politician from the right-wing Likud party, openly stated that he viewed 9/11 as a positive development in an interview with James Bennett of the New York Times. Quote, asked tonight what the attack meant for relations between the United States and Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, the former prime minister, replied, "It's very good." Then he edited himself, "Well, it's not good, but it will generate immediate sympathy." Netanyahu predicted that the attack would strengthen the bond between our two peoples because we've experienced terror of so many decades, but the United States has now experienced a massive hemorrhaging of terror. The New York Times published Netanyahu's comments in an article entitled, "Spilled Blood is Seen as Bond That Draws Two Nations Closer," on September 12, 2001. Journalists who challenge the official version with evidence and facts are marginalized as conspiracy nuts. I have been slandered by the media simply because I have investigated the evidence of Israeli involvement in the terror attacks. The personal attacks against me led to an assault by 3 heavily armed, unidentified men who assaulted me at my home in August 2006. The names of these men, who turned out to be undercover police, were kept secret for a month. Their assault left me with a fractured right elbow and shocked with 50,000 volts from a police device known as a taser. This outrageous and illegal assault occurred at my home in front of my wife and 8-year-old daughter. I was taken to jail and subsequently charged with resisting arrest and aggravated assault, both misdemeanor charges. In the Chicago system of justice, one is forced to plead guilty and accept the sentence meted out by the judge. I refused to plead guilty, however, and spent nearly 1 year trying to defend myself against the baseless charges and malicious prosecution. In early June 2007, I was found guilty of both misdemeanors after a seriously flawed 4-day trial in which the police were allowed to destroy the video evidence and then openly lied on the stand. My expert witness and evidence were not allowed to be presented by the Cook County judge, Hyman Riebman, a Zionist Jew. Having seen that there was no way to obtain justice in the corrupt court system, I was compelled to leave Chicago with my family before the date of sentencing. It would have been irresponsible for me to allow this criminal system to harm me and my family more than it already had. The Odigo warnings. In the first days and weeks after 9/11, I paid very close attention to the large number of Israeli terror suspects arrested, which was more than 200 by November 2001. I also investigated the published reports that an Israeli text messaging service had been used to warn Israelis of the attacks in New York, hours before they occurred. Many Israelis were evidently forewarned of the attacks through an Israeli instant messaging service called Odigo. This story, which presents the clearest evidence of Israeli prior knowledge of the attacks, was reported only very briefly in the U.S. media, and then forgotten. According to the published reports, Israel-based employees of Odigo reported having received warnings of an imminent attack at the World Trade Center hours before the first plane hit the North Tower. Odigo, an Israeli-owned company, had its U.S. headquarters 2 blocks from the World Trade Center, but the forewarned Odigo employees did not pass the terror warning on to the authorities in New York, an act that would have saved thousands of lives. 2 weeks after 9/11, Alex Diamandis, Odigo's vice president, said, "The messages said something big was going to happen in a certain amount of time, and it did, almost to the minute. It was possible that the attack warning was broadcast to other Odigo members, but the company has not received reports of other recipients of the message," Diamandis said. According to a report in the Jerusalem Post, Israel's foreign ministry had collected the names of 4,000 Israelis believed to have been in the areas of the World Trade Center and the Pentagon at the time of the attack, yet only one was reported to have died in the Twin Towers. Based on the number provided by the Israeli government and the number of Israelis thought to have been at the World Trade Center at the time of the attacks, it seems evident that most of them got the warning. Odigo, which offers real-time messaging, has a feature called People Finder, which allows a user to send an instant message to a large group based on a common characteristic, such as Israeli nationality. People Finder allows Odigo users to search for online buddies with filters like Israeli nationality, while maintaining user privacy at all times. The message was probably also sent in Hebrew. The internet address of the sender of the warning was allegedly given to the FBI. 2 months later, it was reported that the FBI was still investigating the matter. Since then, there have been no further media reports about the Odigo warning of 9/11. These two news stories about the fake Israeli movers and the Odigo messages, which clearly indicated that some Israelis had very specific prior knowledge of the attacks, were published in American and Israeli newspapers shortly after 9/11. Had the recipients of these Odigo instant messages contacted the New York Police Department, thousands of lives could have been saved. The question that has not been asked is, why didn't they? Cui bono? There were several early indications that Israelis were involved in 9/11 and that it was a spectacular false flag terror attack designed to serve as a casus belli that could be used to drag the United States into the war on terror. Apart from the previously mentioned evidence of Israeli prior knowledge, there were also the incredibly insensitive comments of Netanyahu about 9/11 being very good in his view. Netanyahu, it should be noted, is the author of several books which call for the Western nations to engage in a global war on terror. Since 1986, Netanyahu has urged the United States and Western democracies to take up arms against the enemies of Israel in the name of fighting terrorism, which is the title of one of his books. The terrorists that Netanyahu wants the West to wage war on, however, all happen to be the people and states opposed to Israel's illegal occupation of Palestinian land. I approached the 9/11 investigation with a 25-year history of living in and following the events of the Middle East. After many years of traveling in Europe and the Middle East, I obtained a degree in history from the University of California at Santa Cruz in 1992. My academic emphasis was on Palestine and Israel. After the first U.S. war against Iraq, which I was actively opposed to, I spent my final year of university researching the Soviet occupation of the newly liberated Baltic republics and completing my courses at the University of Bergen in Norway. Fate brought me into the proximity of another mass disaster on the morning of September 28, 1994, when I arrived by ship in Sweden and learned that the Baltic ferry named Estonia had sunk during the night with 852 victims lost at sea. My wife's first husband, a famous Estonian singer named Urmas Alender, was among the missing. While it was abundantly clear that something much more explosive than a monster wave had sunk the ferry, the Swedish government and media pretended that natural forces had caused the catastrophe. In the process of investigating what happened in the ferry disaster, I came to realize that a modern democratic state, like Sweden, could actually be complicit in the cover-up of the mass murder of hundreds of its own citizens. In 2000, when I began working as a journalist for the Washington-based Spotlight, I turned my attention to the mysterious 1996 crash of TWA Flight 800 off the coast of New York. I attended the National Transportation Safety Board's presentation of their findings of what had caused the crash of Flight 800 and was appalled at the obvious cover-up. I noticed how the 3 Jewish members of the board dominated the presentation. The 2-day event ended with the outrageous dismissal of the testimonies of more than 100 eyewitnesses who had testified to having seen a streaking object hitting the aircraft in flight. This eyewitness evidence was categorically dismissed because, according to the youngest member of the board, based solely on the time of day, all of the 100 witnesses must have been drunk and hallucinating. After the presentation of the NTSB findings, there was no press conference or session allowing for any questions from the media or public. This was clearly another cover-up. I had also studied the Israeli attack on the USS Liberty and had seen how the U.S. government and military had covered up the truth of the Israeli military attack on the unarmed Navy vessel off the coast of Egypt in 1967. With this background, I approached the events of 9/11. Well aware of the history of false flag terror, the overwhelming Zionist influence in government and media, and corrupt official investigations of recent mass disasters, I was skeptical from the start. Evidence of explosions ignored. The administration of George W. Bush rushed the nation and its allies into war in Afghanistan within 1 month of the 9/11 attacks, using the unsolved crime as the casus belli to justify a war of aggression that had been planned long before. The war against the government of Afghanistan, called Operation Enduring Freedom by the government and military, began on October 7, 2001. The week before the war began, I wrote an article about the immense oil and gas reserves of the Caspian Basin and the new great game to gain control of these valuable energy resources. I also wrote several articles about the long-standing business and personal ties between George W. Bush and the bin Laden family. 1 month after 9/11, I wrote about how the mass media was ignoring the large number of eyewitness accounts describing explosions at the World Trade Center before the collapse of the Twin Towers and Building 7. Quote, despite reports from numerous eyewitnesses and experts, including news reporters on the scene who heard or saw explosions immediately before the collapse of the World Trade Center, there has been a virtual silence in the mainstream media, I wrote in the article entitled, "Some Survivors Say Bombs Exploded Inside the World Trade Center." After the airplanes hit the World Trade Center, there were some explosive devices inside the buildings that caused the towers to collapse. Van Romero, an explosives expert and former director of the Energetic Materials Research and Testing Center at New Mexico Tech, told the Albuquerque Journal minutes after the collapses. The collapse of the structures resembled controlled implosions used to demolish old structures and was, quote, too methodical to be a chance result of airplanes colliding with the structures, Romero said. Coming from a man who is an expert in the effects of explosives on structures, Romero's comments carried a lot of weight, in my opinion. Quote, it would be difficult for something from a plane to trigger an event like that, Romero said. If explosions did cause the towers to collapse, it could have been a relatively small amount of explosives placed in strategic points. One of the things terrorist events are noted for is a diversionary attack and secondary device, he said. Then, suddenly 10 days after the attack, without any explanation, Romero did a complete about-face in his analysis of the collapse. Quote, certainly the fire is what caused the buildings to fail, he told the Albuquerque Journal on September 21, 2001. A friend of mine from Brooklyn told me that he had been standing among a crowd of people on Church Street, about 2 blocks from the South Tower, when he saw, quote, a number of brief light sources being emitted from inside the building between floors 10 and 15. He saw about 6 of these brief flashes, accompanied by a crackling sound immediately before the tower collapsed. Even a veteran 51-year-old firefighter, Louis Caccioli, told People magazine that he had witnessed explosions in the South Tower. Quote, I was taking firefighters up in the elevator to the 24th floor to get in position to evacuate workers. On the last trip up, a bomb went off. We think there were bombs set in the building. What is most peculiar about the eyewitness reports of explosions was that they were completely ignored by the mainstream news media, even when the reports came from their own reporters on the scene. Stephen Evans of the BBC, for example, was in the South Tower where he witnessed a series of explosions and felt a big explosion from much, much lower. Yet the BBC, like the rest of the mainstream media, failed to investigate or even discuss the evidence of explosions in the towers. How did the editors of the mass media networks in the United States and Britain make the decision not to discuss the evidence of explosions, even when the information came from their own reporters on the scene? Eyewitness reports and images of explosions were broadcast only once and then swept under the carpet. It soon became quite clear that the mass media was censoring any discussion of the evidence of explosions in the World Trade Center. Within a few weeks, I realized that the media and government were working together to deceive the public about what had really happened on 9/11, and that there was a massive conspiracy afoot to promote a false version of events in order to gain public support for a previously planned war policy in the Middle East. The mass media was clearly engaged in a comprehensive propaganda campaign to instill fear in the public. I decided that Europe would probably be a safer and saner place to be, so at the end of November, after the Thanksgiving holiday, we flew to Germany. The destruction of evidence. In Germany, I had the opportunity to interview Andreas von Bülow in Bonn. Von Bülow is the author of 2 books about 9/11 and a former member of the Bundestag, the German parliament. While in the government, he served on the parliamentary commission which oversees the 3 branches of the German Secret Service. Von Bülow told me that he thought Israel's intelligence service, the Mossad, was behind the 9/11 attacks. These attacks, he said, were carried out to turn public opinion against the Arabs and boost military and security spending. You don't get the higher echelons, von Bülow said, referring to the architectural structure which masterminds such terror attacks. At this level, he said, the organization doing the planning, such as Mossad, is primarily interested in affecting public opinion. The terrorists who actually commit the crimes are what von Bülow calls the working level, such as the 19 Arabs who allegedly hijacked the planes on September 11th. The working level is part of the deception, he said. 95% of the work of the intelligence agencies around the world is deception and disinformation, he said, which is widely propagated in the mainstream media, creating an accepted version of events. Journalists don't even raise the simplest questions, he said. Those who differ are labeled as crazy. Eckhard Wertebach, the former president of the Verfassungsschutz, a branch of German intelligence, told me that the deathly precision and the magnitude of planning behind the attacks would have needed years of planning. Such a sophisticated operation, Wertebach said, required the fixed frame of a state intelligence organization, something not found in a loose group of terrorists. Both Wertebach and von Bülow said the lack of a complete blue ribbon investigation with congressional hearings into the events of September 11th was incomprehensible. These men made more sense to me than anyone in the U.S. government or media. As incomprehensible as it might seem, the Bush administration delayed and avoided an official investigation for as long as possible, at least until all the evidence was destroyed. The steel from the World Trade Center was quickly shipped to Asia, where it was melted down. The evidence from the crime scene was being destroyed as quickly as possible. This was clearly criminal, yet the highest authorities in the U.S. government and the Department of Justice were allowing it to happen. Molten metal. 9/11 is an unsolved crime, and I have done what I can to solve it using the available evidence. In the summer of 2002, for example, I wrote an article about the seismic data that showed unexplained spikes occurring at the beginning of each collapse. In my research into the removal of the rubble, I learned from one of the contractors and a demolition expert that molten metal had been discovered at the bottom of the rubble pile in the lower basement levels. This molten metal was described to me as molten steel by Peter Tully, president of Tully Construction of Flushing, New York, and Marc Loiseau, president of Controlled Demolition Incorporated of Phoenix, Maryland. The molten steel was found 3, 4, and 5 weeks later when the rubble was being removed, Loiseau said. He said molten steel was also found at WTC 7, the 47-story building owned by Larry Silverstein, which collapsed mysteriously in the late afternoon. Loiseau said, "If I were to bring the towers down, I would put explosives in the basement to get the weight of the building to help collapse the structure." The molten metal found beneath the rubble was clearly important evidence that could explain how the towers were brought down. Because each tower was held up by 47 huge core columns, there had to be an explanation for what caused these columns to fall. The official explanation that fires had caused the floor trusses to give way failed to explain what happened to the core columns. To explain the extremely quick collapse of the core columns, the seismic spikes and molten metal seemed to be very important clues. Stephen E. Jones, a professor of physics at Brigham Young University, BYU, in Utah, contacted me in the summer of 2005 and asked me what I had learned about the discovery of molten metal at the World Trade Center. I told Jones exactly what Peter Tully and Marc Loiseau had said about the discovery of molten iron in the basements of the Twin Towers and Building 7. After studying the reports and photographs of molten metal, Jones had been able to obtain some fragments of the metal. He concluded that the fragments were primarily iron and possible evidence that thermite had been used to demolish the buildings. Encouraged by his research, I visited Professor Jones on the campus of Brigham Young University in the spring of 2006. From Provo, Utah, I then traveled by train to the University of California at Davis, where I met with Professor Thomas A. Cahill, an expert on airborne particles. Dr. Cahill had conducted a study of the particles contained in the thin bluish smoke that rose from the rubble for nearly 4 months after 9/11. Cahill's air sampling began on October 2nd and continued until late December 2001, when the last fires were finally extinguished. Asked why it took so long to begin a scientific evaluation of the air contamination that accompanied the destruction of the World Trade Center, Dr. Cahill said he had assumed that there were scores of agencies and scientists monitoring the air quality in New York City after 9/11. "I assumed it was happening. I could not believe it was not," Cahill said. The Environmental Protection Agency did nothing. Cahill's work revealed the presence of extremely small metallic aerosols in unprecedented amounts in the plumes coming from the burning World Trade Center rubble. Most of the particles in these plumes were in the categories of ultrafine and nanoparticles, from 0.26 to 0.09 microns. The extraordinarily high level of ultrafine aerosols was one of the most unusual aspects of the data, Cahill said. Ultrafine particles require extremely high temperatures, he said, namely the boiling point of the metal. Since the scientific data supports the theory that some form of thermite was used to destroy the towers, the question is how it got onto the 81st floor of the South Tower, where large amounts of molten metal were seen falling before the collapse. The official final report of the fires does not explain what was on the 81st floor, which seems odd because this is the floor leased by Fuji Bank into which the airplane crashed. A former employee of the bank came forward and told me that the bank had reinforced the floor in 1999 to support a very heavy load of computer backup batteries. The whole floor was batteries, he said. Huge battery-looking things. They were all black and solid, very heavy things, which had been brought in during the night. They had been put in place during the summer prior to 9/11, he said. But were they really batteries? It's weird, he said. They were never turned on. So, what really was on the 81st floor of the South Tower? What was in these heavy battery-looking things? Were they batteries or were they thermite? And is it more than a coincidence that both planes flew directly into secure computer rooms in both towers, and that both spectacular explosions showed evidence of thermite-produced white smoke? The cover-up continues. Despite the legal difficulties, slander, criticism, and other setbacks, I have continued to examine the evidence from 9/11 and ask the questions that demand to be answered. The lost lives of the thousands of victims of the terror attacks and the illegal wars that have been waged in the name of 9/11 deserve to be honored with the truth, not a pack of lies pushed by the controlled media onto a gullible public. It would be naive and foolish for us to expect the truth from a government that has been shown to have repeatedly lied to the media and international community in order to accomplish its dubious goals. The truth of 9/11 will certainly not be given to us on a silver platter. It is something we will have to fight for. The deception that changed the world. This video is called The Revolution Begins with 9/11 Truth and is based on an article published on my website, Bollyn.com. I will be talking about why 9/11 Truth is essential for our freedom and the future of the American Republic. One does not need to scrutinize every detail of the 9/11 saga to realize that the government and mass media are complicit in deceiving the public about the terror atrocity of September 11, 2001. The government and media have lied about what happened on 9/11, and their treasonous deceit was used to take our nation into two very costly wars, which in reality were wars of aggression. As we slide into the next presidential campaign, with the leading candidates chosen from America's most notorious criminal families, 9/11 Truth is the one issue that is not open for discussion. Our politicians avoid 9/11 Truth because the criminal cabal that is behind the 9/11 atrocity and cover-up also controls our mass media and sham elections. So what's a person to do? What can we do is the question I am asked most often when I present the research from my Solving 9/11 books. That this question is asked so often indicates that this is on the minds of many people in the truth movement. 9/11 Truth is, after all, a revolutionary movement, which is why so many people balk at the idea of getting involved. While the average person may not understand all the details of the false flag deception that changed our world, they do understand that 9/11 Truth presents them with an uncomfortable dilemma. Either they stick with the government's false narrative dished out by the mass media, or they join the truth movement, which challenges the government about what happened on 9/11. Although the government's story about 9/11 was used to take the nation into 2 wars in which millions of innocent people were killed and wounded, many Americans are still reluctant to take a position that challenges the government narrative, and which may put their social status and financial well-being at risk. So when people ask what they should do, I suggest that they help spread 9/11 truth, because awareness has to precede action. By reading my Solving 9/11 books, most people can comprehend the deception that changed the world and understand who is behind it. The 9/11 Truth Movement is calling for the government to conduct a new investigation. This is certainly a reasonable demand, but we need to consider 2 things. First, we need to understand that there was no proper criminal investigation of 9/11 to start with. And secondly, that the investigation was prevented by the same anti-American cabal that controls our government, the White House, and the mainstream media. Another aspect of the 9/11 conundrum is, how do we obtain justice and prosecute the 9/11 crimes when the culprits controlled the financial and political regime that rules America? Clearly, there is no will within the political establishment to deal with the issues raised by the 9/11 Truth Movement. It seems logical to conclude that this is because Washington is controlled by the very same people who carried out 9/11, who managed the cover-up, and who foisted the deception on the nation. 9/11 Truth is the pivot upon which American history will turn. Which way it turns is up to us. The nation obviously needs to go through a political catharsis in which the crimes of 9/11 are investigated, and the perpetrators and their supporters are purged and punished. The sooner this purge happens, the better. It is now nearly 14 years overdue, and the longer this necessary action is delayed, the worse our political predicament will get. Such a purge is essential to curing the American Republic of the cancer that is killing it. If this purge does not happen soon, the American Republic will cease to exist as a democratic form of government. As the Declaration of Independence says in its opening paragraphs, it is our right and duty to throw off such government that commits a long train of abuses and usurpations and evinces a design to put the people under absolute despotism. I don't know when the purge will happen or how it will come about, but I can say that it is inevitable. It is delusional to think that a new president selected by the criminal cabal that rules Washington will bring about meaningful change. The cabal will not purge itself, and the culprits of 9/11 will never investigate their own crimes. It is, therefore, essential to understand that 9/11 Truth is revolutionary. It is the pivot and the Achilles heel through which the criminal cabal that has hijacked our government will finally be exposed and purged. Corrective actions which are long overdue, but absolutely required for the restoration of the American Republic. So, what can we do to help make this happen? The most important thing is to inform ourselves and others about the deception that changed our world. If you would like to know more about the 9/11 deception, visit my website and read my books, Solving 9/11, The Deception That Changed the World, and Solving 9/11, the original articles. The Solving 9/11 books are available through my website, Bollyn.com, good bookstores, or Amazon.com. Thank you. Solving 9/11, The Deception That Changed the World, by Chris Bollyn. Chapter 2, The Planes of 9/11. Quote, someday, perhaps, if it's decided that the stories can be told, you will see that the state of Israel has been involved in acts which are 1,000 times more dirty than anything going on in Colombia. But these things were decided by the government in cabinet meetings. As long as the government decides to do something that the national interest demanded, then it is legitimate. But if an individual wants to do the same thing, it isn't. That's just the way it is. It's very simple. End quote. Lieutenant General Raphael Eitan, Israeli Chief of Staff, 1978 to 1983. From the Columbia Connection, Jerusalem Post, September 1st, 1989. The Planes of 9/11. Unlike those researchers and writers who say they have moved beyond 9/11, I have persevered in my efforts to solve this heinous crime. How can one abandon the pursuit of the truth about 9/11 before the crime has been solved? During the decade after the terrorist attacks in which some 3,000 innocent people died, the federal judge who presided over the 9/11 tort litigation waged a judicial war of attrition against the families of the victims to prevent their cases from ever going to trial. In the end, every one of the 9/11 families was forced into an out-of-court settlement. The 96 families that refused the government compensation money and held out for years to have a trial to find the truth never got their day in court. How can Americans tolerate such injustice? How can we forget the thousands of people who died on 9/11? How can we ignore the death and destruction that has, as a result, been wrongfully inflicted on the innocent people of Iraq, Afghanistan, Lebanon, and Palestine? Who can accept corrupt and irresponsible administrations dragging our military from one illegal war to another in the utterly fraudulent war on terror, which the Bush administration promised will last for generations? If we, as Americans, don't demand the truth about 9/11, who and what do we really stand for? The policies of the Bush and Obama administrations were based on an unproven interpretation of the events of 9/11. What does it mean to be a citizen of the land of the free and the home of the brave if we allow our minds and our nation to be so easily hijacked by government lies and propaganda? After being attacked by undercover police at my home in August 2006 and maliciously prosecuted in a seriously flawed trial, I increased my efforts to solve 9/11. As the cover-up became more obvious and the guilty parties revealed themselves, it made sense to intensify the pressure, not give up. The fraudulent war on terror. I cannot accept mass murder, occupation, and genocidal wars of aggression. Nor can I accept the corruption of our values and destruction of our basic American rights to facilitate the massive fraud known as the war on terror. With the passage of time, it has become quite clear that 9/11 was carried out to kickstart the global war on terror, with its pre-planned wars of aggression. In December 2001, veteran German intelligence professionals told me that 9/11 had been executed by a state-sponsored criminal network and had required years of planning. Eckhard Wertebach, the former president of Germany's domestic intelligence service, the Verfassungsschutz, told me in 2001 that the deathly precision and the magnitude of planning of the 9/11 attacks would have required years of planning. Such a sophisticated operation, Wertebach said, would require the fixed frame of a state intelligence organization, something not found in a loose group like the one allegedly led by Mohammed Atta while he studied in Hamburg. If Wertebach's analysis is correct, and I have every reason to believe it is, the official version is nothing but a pack of lies. This would mean that the members of the criminal network are still occupying the highest positions of power in the United States, Israel, and other nations. The members of this network are dedicated to preventing the evidence from being released because it would expose the real perpetrators. This is the only logical reason why the 9/11 evidence has been suppressed, the investigation controlled, and the litigation and discovery processes obstructed. At this point, it should be clear that 9/11 will never be solved by the federal government, politically appointed investigators, law enforcement agencies, or the corrupt courts. These controlled agencies, like the Zionist-controlled media, are only interested in controlling the information and preventing the real truth from being revealed. This crime will only be solved by concerned and dedicated independent researchers. The Zionist strategy. 9/11 was a very sophisticated operation, as Vertebach said, which required the fixed frame of a state intelligence organization. It was carefully planned years in advance and carried out for one strategic purpose: to kickstart the Zionist-planned War on Terror. The rabid Zionist neocons who dominated the Bush administration pushed the War on Terror with its criminal wars of aggression, occupation, and balkanization in the Middle East as the strategic response to 9/11. Likewise, the Zionist media moguls who dominate the U.S. mass media promoted the War on Terror as the suitable and proper response to the terror atrocity, a crime of mass murder which they refused to investigate. An Israeli official named Oded Yinon revealed the Zionist strategy to balkanize the entire Middle East into ethnic mini-states in the early 1980s. The plan for a global war on terror to accomplish this goal has been articulated since the mid-1980s by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister of the extreme right-wing Likud party. The Israeli military's plans to realize these strategic goals were evidently in the works for at least 20 years before 9/11. The hoax of 9/11. 9/11 is, in fact, a gigantic hoax. Only by exposing the terrorist masterminds behind 9/11 will we reveal the criminals behind the fraudulent War on Terror and the epidemic of false flag terrorism that plagues the world. False flag terrorism is a crime designed and committed with the intention that the blame will fall on a targeted faction, state, or organization. The media outlets, which the criminals control, facilitate the blame game by promoting the false version and stifling any independent investigation or truthful analysis of the crime. After all, 9/11 remains an unsolved crime. It is, however, rather obvious who is responsible for blocking discovery and obstructing justice for the victims and their relatives. At every critical point where the events and circumstances of 9/11 should have been investigated and discussed, there has been a Zionist, a dedicated devotee of the State of Israel, occupying a key position and acting as the controller and censor of evidence, the gatekeeper of information. I have seen this pattern in earlier cover-ups. The same pattern was used with the sinking of Estonia in the Baltic Sea in 1994 and the U.S. government's NTSB investigation of the downing of TWA Flight 800, two of the most egregious examples of government cover-ups in modern times. In each case, the three critical phases of the cover-up, investigation and access to the evidence, media interpretation of the event, and related litigation, were all tightly controlled to prevent any meaningful discovery of what had really caused the disaster. The people who are preventing the discovery of the facts in such cases are actually complicit in covering up crimes of mass murder. Logically, there can be no reason for dedicated Zionists to obstruct the investigation of 9/11 other than to conceal the evidence of Israeli and Zionist involvement in the crimes. The FBI, for example, under the command of the Israeli dual national Michael Chertoff, was responsible for the confiscation and destruction of the crucial evidence from 9/11. Chertoff, as Assistant Attorney General of the Criminal Division of the Department of Justice, oversaw the non-investigation of 9/11, which resulted in the massive destruction of the steel, crucial evidence from the World Trade Center. Chertoff went on to head the Department of Homeland Security, where he continued to control access to the evidence through the Sensitive Security Information SSI program. The confiscated evidence includes videotapes of the Pentagon attack and physical pieces from what different aircraft were involved. This evidence is critical to prove what happened and identify the aircraft involved in the attacks. But the FBI has refused to release this evidence. Neither President George W. Bush nor the U.S. Congress demanded that they do so. Under President Barack Obama, the 9/11 cover-up was perpetuated and the war effort in Afghanistan increased. The destruction of the crucial evidence from 9/11 and the lack of a real investigation reveal the culture of corruption that prevails in Washington. The appointed federal judges, Alvin K. Hellerstein and Michael B. Mukasey, and the former Assistant Attorney General Michael Chertoff, did not confiscate and destroy the critical evidence and block discovery in order to protect fanatical Arab Muslims or conspiratorial Jesuits. These men are all dedicated Zionists, and their efforts were exerted to protect Israel, the foreign state to which they are wholeheartedly devoted. U.S. District Judge Alvin K. Hellerstein managed the 9/11 tort litigation in which not one single wrongful death case went to trial. Judge Hellerstein has close family ties to Israel and the Israeli airport security company ICTS, a key defendant in the tort litigation. The Zionist role in 9/11 cover-up is obvious. The players who are involved in obstructing justice are known. Patriotic Americans must not abandon the pursuit of the truth. For those who died on 9/11, for our nation and our posterity, we are obliged to find and expose those who are responsible for the crimes and cover-up of 9/11. The evidence of Israeli involvement. I have pursued the leads of Israeli involvement simply because the evidence indicates that the Israeli military and intelligence had prior knowledge and involvement in 9/11. The 5 jubilant Israeli Mossad agents who were caught celebrating and filming themselves in front of the destruction of the World Trade Center and their subsequent public statements clearly indicate that the Mossad had prior knowledge of 9/11. The text message warnings of the attacks sent over the Israeli-owned Odigo instant messaging system several hours prior to the attacks are further evidence of Israeli prior knowledge. Furthermore, the Israelis have a long history of committing false flag terror attacks, particularly against American targets. The Israeli attack on the USS Liberty in 1967 and the Israeli terrorist bombings of U.S. and British civilian targets in Egypt during the 1954 Lavon affair are the first that come to mind. If the evidence indicated that Saudis, Pakistanis, or even Jesuits were behind the attacks, I would investigate them. The evidence, however, points to Israelis being involved, so I looked there. There has been no independent investigation of 9/11 done by the controlled media other than Carl Cameron's now deeply buried 4-part series on Fox News in December 2001. Think about this for a minute. The mass media in the land of the free press has not done any independent investigation about the crime of the century. The evidence of Israeli involvement in 9/11 is so obvious that senior editors in the controlled media don't even let their journalists approach the subject. The journalists of the free press in the United States are confined to the same Auschwitz of the mind as the American public they write for. This is a self-imposed limit on what they allow themselves to think or express, in particular about Israel because of the Jewish suffering of World War II. Journalists know very well that to touch the subject of Israeli involvement in 9/11 would be like touching a live wire. Likewise, when it comes to tracking the Israeli criminal network that has operated in the United States for decades, the U.S. media is a dog that won't bark or hunt. The extent of Zionist control over the U.S. mass media, including the Internet, is astounding. The mass media has effectively prevented most Americans from understanding who is really behind the false flag terror attacks of 9/11, and by extension, the illegal and genocidal wars in Afghanistan, Palestine, Lebanon, and Iraq. The controlled media has also left Americans with an extremely distorted view of the Middle East, Zionism, and the history of the Zionist state, Israel. Israel, a terrorist state. Israel is a nation that was founded by terrorists, ruthless men with histories of committing genocidal crimes and false flag terror attacks. Israel was created in 1948 in Palestine, on land that was ethnically cleansed of its indigenous Christian and Muslim inhabitants. Ariel Sharon, the former prime minister who has been in a coma since January 4, 2006, is a prime example of an Israeli terrorist. Sharon came to power in early 2001, about the same time as George W. Bush, some 8 months before 9/11. Sharon is a well-known terrorist and genocidaire. That is, a person who has been involved in genocide. Sharon has supervised numerous terrorist atrocities, such as the 1982 massacre in Sabra and Shatila refugee camps, in which thousands of innocent people were massacred. Sharon is a Zionist extremist who believes that every Jew should live in Israeli-occupied Palestine. Realistically, what else besides terrorism and bloodshed should one expect from such fanatical and genocidal terrorists? The sons and daughters of the original Zionist terrorists have occupied the highest positions of power in the Israeli government. Tzipora Malka, Tzipi Livni, for example, the foreign minister from 2006 to 2009, is the daughter of the former terror chief of the Irgun. Born in Tel Aviv in July 1958, Tzipi is the daughter of Eitan Livni, born Yerucham Bezozovich in Grodno, 1919, a Polish-born Irgun terrorist associated with the bombing of the King David Hotel in Jerusalem. Stephen Erlanger of the New York Times wrote an article about Livni entitled Israel's Top Envoy on February 5, 2006. Quote, Tzipi Livni, 47, is the first woman to serve as Israel's foreign minister since Golda Meir. Some think she may be the first since Mrs. Meir to be prime minister. She is also a deeply Israeli figure, the daughter of Zionist guerrillas, terrorists in some eyes, who met in the Irgun, the underground organization that fought the British and the Arabs, and that blew up the British headquarters in the King David Hotel in 1946, killing 91 people. End quote. Her father, Eitan Livni, was the head of operations for the Irgun terrorists, and on his gravestone is the map of Greater Israel, extending over both sides of the Jordan River. Erlanger suggests that blowing up a hotel and killing 91 people is only seen as a terrorist act in some eyes. Israeli false flag terrorism. The fact that the Israeli political leadership and military command decided to launch a vicious attack on a defenseless U.S. reconnaissance ship, the USS Liberty, off the coast of Gaza in June 1967, and kill every man on board illustrates that the Israelis are fully capable of committing such atrocities in their attempts to blame their enemies and achieve their strategic goals. Dedicated Zionists will defend these acts of Israeli false flag terrorism as the pragmatic thing to do, and attack those who disagree as being anti-Semitic. The Zionist-controlled media adamantly refused to conduct its own investigation of 9/11, the seminal event of the War on Terror. Controlled news outlets, like the New York Times, promoted the pre-planned wars of aggression against Afghanistan and Iraq with propaganda pieces and false reports about weapons of mass destruction, such as those provided by Judith Miller. Miller is the daughter of William Miller, a Jewish immigrant from Pinsk, Russia, who started out at a New Jersey nightclub and made it big as entertainment director of the Sahara, Dunes, Flamingo, and international hotels in Las Vegas. False flag terror attacks are an Israeli specialty, as Dr. Qassem Khalil points out in his book, Wrongly Blamed, 2007. Quote, "Public terror was invented by the Israelis," Khalil wrote, citing Christopher Sykes' book, Crossroads to Israel. Quote, "To achieve their political goals, Zionists are dependent on terror. These terror acts are used as a distraction. Even though the Israelis are the sources, they effectively blame others. The fabricated terror they commit is an assault on people's intelligence. Thus, people are being purposely misled regarding the real source of these crimes." End quote. The Zionist-controlled media has purposely misled the public about 9/11 for the same reason as the Zionist judges, investigators, and commissioners, to protect the evidence of Israeli involvement from being exposed. The controlled U.S. media works with the Zionist criminal network and allows it to flourish by failing to investigate and identify the companies and individuals involved. The planes of 9/11. 9/11 was an act of false flag terror in which 4 allegedly hijacked airplanes were used as weapons of mass destruction. There are, however, many unanswered questions about the airplanes involved. There are many observations about these planes which suggest they were not the civilian airliners they are said to have been. The plane that struck the South Tower, for example, had unusual shapes, bulges, and holes, which have led many analysts to believe it was a Boeing 767-300 refueling tanker that had been disguised as a 767-200 United Airlines passenger jet. Durable parts from the 2 jets that struck the Twin Towers, such as landing gear and engines, landed on buildings and streets of Manhattan. On these engines and landing gear are many numbered time-tracked parts, which could prove precisely which aircraft they had been put on and when they had been serviced. But the FBI has refused to present this evidence to make its case. Why wouldn't the FBI present this evidence if it had it? The only possible explanation for the FBI's failure to present this evidence is that it does not match the planes they claim hit the buildings or crashed in Pennsylvania. If the planes that were involved in the attacks on the World Trade Center were, in fact, not United Airlines Flight 175 and American Airlines Flight 11, but remotely controlled tankers painted to look like civilian aircraft, who could have produced such disguised planes and inserted them into the NORAD anti-terrorism exercise that was taking place in the airspace of the East Coast on the morning of 9/11? Israel Aircraft Industries. Given the evidence of Israeli prior knowledge, some obvious questions arise. Did the Israelis have the capability to carry off such a complex operation? If they did, is there a link between their capability and the events of 9/11? The answer to both questions is yes. The Israeli military and its intelligence agencies have long had the capability to convert and disguise large-body aircraft in the United States, and their companies that do this kind of work are connected to International Consultants on Targeted Security, ICTS. ICTS is the Israeli airport security company based in the Netherlands that is a prime suspect in the false flag terrorism of 9/11. ICTS was a key defendant in the 9/11 tort litigation until Judge Alvin K. Hellerstein dismissed the Mossad-linked company from the case in May 2011. The Israeli military has spawned several aircraft leasing and maintenance companies in the United States since the late 1960s. There is, in fact, a network of Israeli-controlled aviation companies operating in the United States, which were all started by Israel Aircraft Industries, now known as Israel Aerospace Industries. IAI is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Israeli Defense Ministry, which produces and maintains planes and missiles. One of the Israeli military aviation companies spawned in the United States was an aircraft leasing company named Acc, which began operating in the United States in the early 1970s. I began investigating Acc in August 2006. As a matter of fact, I had spoken with Shalom Yoran, the Israeli chairman of this now defunct Israeli company, about 6 hours before a squad of 3 undercover police arrived at my house and, without cause or provocation, tackled me on my front lawn. While I was pinned down beneath 2 men, one kneeling on the temple of my head, they applied a taser directly to my back and gave me a shock of 50,000 volts. The police assault at my home on August 15, 2006 left me with a fractured elbow. I had come across Shalom Yoran's name while researching Amit and Naftali Yoran, the suspicious young Israelis who oversaw cybersecurity for the U.S. government and military computers prior to and after 9/11. Shalom Yoran has an extremely suspicious and unusual profile for an Israeli immigrant to the United States. He was in the original Israeli Air Force of 1948 and is a founder and former head of Israel Aircraft Industries. Yoran was instrumental in building the IAI into an internationally recognized company and the largest industry in Israel. Before Yoran emigrated to the United States, which is very unusual for Israelis of his age and with his high-level military background, he had spent the previous 10 years as senior vice president of IAI and as president of IAI's parent company, BEDEC. Israelis like Yoran don't usually come to America as immigrants. They are sent there on a mission. Israel Aircraft Industries was established in 1953 as BEDEC Aviation Company, 5 years after the establishment of the State of Israel. Today, BEDEC is the senior group of Israel Aerospace Industries and specializes in aircraft operation, conversion, maintenance, and overhaul. In 1975, when Yoran left BEDEC and IAI at the unusually young retirement age of 50, the corporation had 22,000 employees, of which 4,000 worked in the BEDEC division. In reality, Yoran didn't leave BEDEC and IAI at all. He was sent by the Israeli military to the United States to manage one of their most important operations, Acc. In his online biographies, Yoran says that he was appointed to this position. Quote, when he retired at the age of 50, he was appointed the president of Acc, an American flight company for cargo shipment and maintenance. His 2003 biography on the website of Tel Aviv University has a similar tale. Quote, at the age of 50, Shalom Yoran retired from the Israel Aircraft Industries. In 1978, he moved to the United States, where he became chairman of Acc USA, a private aircraft trading and service company. Acc bought and leased airplanes to major airlines around the world. The company also had an aircraft maintenance and modification plant in Smyrna, Tennessee. Quote, Shalom Yoran continues to be chairman of Acc USA, the 2003 Tel Aviv University entry noted. How could an Israeli be appointed to be president or chairman of an American company unless that company were actually an Israeli company disguised as an American company? And why would an Israeli company doing business in the United States want to disguise the fact that it is Israeli-owned in the first place. The Itasco-Bedek connection. Itasco USA was, of course, created and owned by the Israeli military and connected to the Mossad, but this information is not easily found. There has only been one article that I have found that mentions what Itasco has been doing for the past 36 years in the United States, since it was first created by the Israeli Defense Ministry in 1971. That article, entitled Ugandan Plane Deal Believed Key to Israeli Spy Operation, was published in the Washington Post of September 11, 1978. This investigative article, which involved an international team of journalists that included an Israeli, focused on the mysterious Israeli tycoon and the Mossad, Israel's intelligence service, and how they had provided the Ugandan dictator Idi Amin with 2 Boeing 707 jetliners as part of an Israeli effort to spy on Libya. The big winner and tycoon in this Mossad spying operation was Shaul Nehemiah Eisenberg, 1921 to 1997, the reclusive Israeli entrepreneur at its center. Eisenberg was, as the Washington Post reported in 1978, the central figure in the Mossad spying operation on Libya. Quote, the chief Eisenberg firm in these deals was Aircraft Trading and Services Incorporated, or Itasco. Headquartered in Asia House, Eisenberg's luxury building in Tel Aviv, Itasco also has branches in the Eisenberg building in New York and in London. Itasco was put together in 1971 by executives of Israeli Aircraft Industries, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Israeli Defense Ministry that makes planes and missiles. Eisenberg got into Itasco as an equal partner with Israeli Aircraft for $500,000 in cash. After the 1973 Middle East War, Israeli Aircraft, staggered by scandals, sold its share in Itasco to Eisenberg, leaving him its sole owner. The rest of Itasco's original capital, $5 million, came from the U.S. Export-Import Bank, which is supposed to make loans to promote American exports. The Export-Import Bank certainly found the right man in Eisenberg. He quickly turned into an eager customer for Pan American Airways' used Boeing 707s. Itasco bought 12 or 15 of the Advanced Series 707s that Pan Am was selling and purchased 6 out of 10 earlier Series C 707s being sold by the airline. At its Israeli hangars, currently jammed with 707s bearing obscure markings, Itasco remodels the interiors to suit customers and paints on their proud colors: Iran Air, Tarom of Romania, Uganda Airlines. In May 1976, Itasco sold the 707 that was once Pan Am's Clipper Jupiter to a firm in Zurich, which dealt it on to Amin. Intelligence sources say that the head of this Zurich firm is a 15-year veteran of Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency, and the firm is an agency laundry. It exists, these sources say, to pass on Mossad funds for deals in which the Israeli Secret Service is interested. End quote. The Washington Post, one of the most important newspapers in the United States, is a leading national newspaper of record. Oddly, however, the extremely important information contained in this article about Itasco was never repeated in any of the subsequent articles in which this mysterious company was mentioned. For example, when Gerald L. Gittner, an aviation executive with Pan Am, TWA, and a host of smaller airlines, was appointed Chief Executive Officer of Itasco USA. In 1986, when Gittner became CEO of the Israeli-owned company with a documented history of murky business, the company was described as a New York aircraft leasing and brokerage company. Itasco's previously published history of involvement in Mossad operations was never mentioned. Gittner, who was CEO of Mossad's privately held aircraft leasing and maintenance company until 1990, was involved in the dismemberment and selling off of the assets of the once prosperous Pan Am and TWA airlines. In October 1986, when Gittner was appointed CEO of the Mossad-run Acc USA Incorporated, he was or had been a senior executive with Pan Am Corporation and TWA. He was the president of Texas Air Corporation, the holding company for Continental Airlines and New York Air, when he was appointed president and CEO of Acc USA, a private aviation concern involved in commercial aircraft leasing and heavy aircraft maintenance. Gittner was also co-founder and president of People Express Airlines. The Houston Chronicle of October 3, 1986, however, only identified Acc as, quote, an aircraft leasing and brokerage company. Shaul Eisenberg, world entrepreneur. In November 1982, when Eisenberg became involved in the Tregeron deal and tried to take over a large piece of prime real estate in Washington, D.C., the Washington Post wrote about Mossad's world entrepreneur and their point man in China and Panama. Quote, Eisenberg was profiled in a 1981 Business Week article as a businessman of enormous wealth, diversity of business interests, and a proclivity for secretiveness in his dealings. He owns a worldwide network of corporations. His largest company, United Development Incorporated, was set up in Panama in 1960. Eisenberg essentially acts as a middleman, according to reports on his dealings, assembling consortiums of manufacturers, builders, and banks to construct industrial facilities of all types. End quote. Since Eisenberg was the sole owner of Acc since 1973, the Mossad's aircraft trading and services company naturally began its murky business on the American continent in Panama. In 1978, the Washington Post reported that there were frequent but unsubstantiated reports that Eisenberg operates mostly from Central America. Eisenberg was also the Panamanian Honorary General Counsel in Tel Aviv, the Post reported. The first mention of Acc, other than the 1978 article in the Washington Post, was in the New York Times on October 29, 1981, when it reported that Emory Air Freight had purchased a Boeing 727-100 from Acc, Panama. IDF, Israeli Drug Forces. Israel Aircraft Industries also has a branch, IAI, Sucursal, Colombia, in Bogota, Colombia. Colombia is a nation better known for the production and distribution of cocaine than aircraft. Why would IAI establish aircraft leasing and maintenance facilities in Colombia and Panama? Is airlifting drugs a central part of the IAI operations in Latin America? Does the Mossad use IAI facilities in Colombia to run its own drug smuggling routes to fund its operations? Does Mossad drug smuggling involve American politicians and intelligence agencies, which it controls through criminal complicity? There are a number of indications that the Mossad is deeply involved in the Colombian drug trade. A horde of Mossad operatives, disguised as Israeli art students, were targeting the offices and personnel of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency, the DEA, for 2 years prior to 9/11. Why would the Mossad be seeking to penetrate the DEA if it were not involved in drug smuggling? It is well known that Israeli criminal gangs are heavily involved in illicit drug smuggling. The Israeli newspaper Haaretz, for example, reported in 2003 that Israel is at the center of the international trade in the drug ecstasy, according to a document published by the U.S. State Department. Quote, in recent years, organized crime in Israel, some with links to criminal organizations in Russia, have come to control the distribution of the drug in Europe, according to a Bureau for International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs document, Haaretz reported. Quote, during 2000, 80% of the ecstasy seized in North America originated in the Netherlands, which is the largest production center, along with Belgium and Poland. The State Department is certain that Israeli organizations are linked to the laboratories in the Netherlands and are responsible for the worldwide distribution. Israeli drug distribution organizations are currently the main source for distribution of the drug to groups inside the United States, to smuggling through express mail services, through couriers on commercial flights, and recently through air cargo, the report stated. It should be noted that the Israeli airport security firm ICTS handles airport security at Schiphol, the international airport of Amsterdam. Why is the Mossad-linked airport security company based in Holland? The rumors about the Bush and Clinton families being involved in large-scale drug smuggling operations are legendary. From George Herbert Walker Bush's days in the Texas oil business and as head of the CIA to his position as a director of the Prozac giant Eli Lilly and Company, the drug trade is a central part of the Bush family business. The allegations about Governor Bill Clinton's involvement in the drug smuggling operation in Mena, Arkansas, are equally legendary. Aircraft were used to smuggle drugs and weapons through the airport in Mena in the 1980s, while Clinton protected the entire operation. Quote, "Given the scope and implications of the Mena story, it may be easy to understand the media's initial skepticism and reluctance," Sally Denton and Roger Morris wrote in their July 1995 article, "The Crimes of Mena." Quote, "Mena, from 1981 to 1985, was indeed one of the centers for international smuggling traffic. According to official IRS and DEA calculations, sworn court testimony, and other corroborative records, the traffic amounted to thousands of kilos of cocaine and heroin, and literally hundreds of millions of dollars in drug profits. According to a 1986 letter from the Louisiana Attorney General to then U.S. Attorney General Edwin Meese, Adler Berryman Seal, or Barry Seal, smuggled between $3 billion and $5 billion worth of drugs into the United States." End quote. Adler Berryman Seal had been a pilot with TWA from 1966 to 1974, according to his online biography. Gittner, who began his career at TWA in 1968, was a vice president when he also left TWA in 1974 to join the much smaller Texas International Airlines. The numerous reports and allegations of involvement in drug smuggling are what the Bush and Clinton families have in common. These are the families which have dominated the executive branch of the United States government since 1981. There was either a Bush or Clinton in the White House from January 1981 until January 2009. Is the illegal drug business the central criminal activity that the Bush and Clinton families have participated in with the Israeli Mossad? If the reports, allegations, and rumors are true, the illegal drug trade is where the interests of the Bush family, the Clintons, the CIA, and the Mossad all come together. This would explain the choice to invade and occupy Afghanistan, where opium production is now at record levels after having been nearly eradicated under the Taliban regime. This would also explain the unusual pressure to medicate the 9/11 relatives with mind-altering drugs like Prozac. It appears that drug smuggling could very well be the illegal enterprise at the center of the criminal network behind 9/11. This is a subject that deserves further investigation. Clipper Jupiter and Zemex Aviation. In the 1978 article about Eisenberg and the Mossad, the Washington Post reported that Atasco had sold the Boeing 707, which had been Pan Am's Clipper Jupiter, to a firm in Zurich, which had immediately transferred ownership to Idi Amin in Uganda. Quote, Intelligence sources say that the head of this Zurich firm is a 15-year veteran of Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency, and the firm is an agency laundry. It exists, these sources say, to pass on Mossad funds for deals in which the Israeli Secret Service is interested. Pan Am's Clipper Jupiter, with tail registration number N766PA, was sold to a Zurich-based company called Zimex Aviation on May 12, 1976. The same day, Zimex Aviation transferred the plane with a new tail number, 5XUAL, to Uganda Airlines. End quote. The 15-year veteran of Mossad would be Hans Ziegler, who headed Zimex, as reported in the Oregonian, on August 22, 1988. Quote, Charles Hanner, then a Page Airways vice president, testified by deposition that he had been introduced to Amin by Hans Ziegler, a veteran agent of Mossad, the Israeli Military Intelligence Service. Ziegler's Swiss company, Zimex Aviation, had sold a number of aircraft to Middle Eastern potentates and to Amin's friend Muammar Gaddafi, the Libyan dictator. End quote. Itasco ties to 9/11. Gittner reportedly stayed with Itasco from October 1986 through December 1989. In 1989, Gittner was appointed to head Presidential Airways of Herndon, Virginia. Gittner later served on the board of directors of another Mossad-run company, ICTS, one of the key defendants in the 9/11 tort litigation. Along with a handful of senior Israeli Mossad veterans, Gittner was a director of ICTS from at least 1997 through 2005. ICTS was responsible for airline security and passenger screening at Boston's Logan Airport on 9/11. International Consultants on Targeted Security, ICTS, is the Mossad-linked company that owns Huntley USA, the airline security company that oversaw the passenger screening operations at Boston's Logan Airport on September 11, 2001. How would Gittner be a director or CEO of a Mossad-run company like Itasco or ICTS if he were not working for the Mossad? Has Gerald Gittner from Boston been working with the Israelis since he began at TWA in the late 1960s? Is this the reason he left TWA and began working for Texas International? BEDEX Specialty, Boeing 767 Conversions. IAI is a world leader in aircraft conversion and modernization programs, unmanned air vehicles, UAVs, communication programs, and defense electronics, according to the company's website. Shalom Yuran's company, Bedek Aviation Group, reportedly converted its first Boeing 767 from a passenger to cargo jet in early 2000. The converted passenger jet was the first of 11 767s to be converted for Airborne Express, according to the Jerusalem Post of April 4, 2000. Bedek is one of the world's leaders in plane conversions, the Israeli newspaper reported. In early 2001, Bedek delivered a refurbished Boeing 707 refueling tanker for the Israeli Air Force, according to the Jerusalem Post of February 22, 2001. The number of Israeli refueling tankers is classified, the Post reported. The first 707 air refueling tanker converted for the Air Force was delivered 20 years ago. This Israeli report indicates that Bedek has been converting Boeing aircraft into tankers since the early 1980s. The main benefit of this present aircraft is in its versatility, its quick conversion from a refueling tanker to a cargo jet. In this way, the aircraft can be used as a cargo plane in times of peace and a refueling tanker in an emergency, the IAI statement said. IAI in Miami, Commodore Aviation. Boeing has been working with Israel Aircraft Industries Limited for 30 years, the Seattle Post-Intelligencer reported in October 1998. Miami International Airport has long been the site of one of BEDEC's maintenance stations, along with Paris, Moscow, Baku, and Baikal, according to the Jerusalem Post of January 13, 1995. The BEDEC operation in Miami was known as Commodore Aviation. IAI and BEDEC had offices in Arlington, Virginia, New York City, Princeton, New Jersey, for its Galaxy Aerospace subsidiary, and in Miami for its Commodore Aviation unit, according to the Seattle Post-Intelligencer article from 1998. Florida Governor Jeb Bush made a 4-day trade mission visit to Israel in November 1999, during which he appealed to the state-owned Israel Aircraft Industries to expand their business operations in Florida. IAI's Miami-based Commodore Aviation was already the largest Israeli business presence in Florida in 1999, with about 500 employees, the Stuart News reported. In 2003, Commodore Aviation, part of IAI's BEDEC Aviation Group, pulled out of Miami, reportedly owing nearly $1 million to the Miami airport, and moved to Rome, New York, where it renamed its operations the Empire Air Center. Commodore has been searching for a new location since June 2002 and owes $800,000 in back rent to Miami International Airport, where it's currently based, South Florida CEO reported in May 2003, when it announced Commodore Aviation's move to New York and its name change. Like Atasco, Commodore has been generously funded by the U.S. taxpayer. Commodore Aviation actually made money by its move to the former Griffiths Air Force Base, where it operates in a massive hangar in which B-52 bombers and tankers were once serviced. The move profited Commodore, which received some $25 million in grants and tax incentives from federal and New York government sources, the Jerusalem Post reported on November 21, 2003. The whole relocation didn't cost IAI $1, said Jerry Stoke, New York State Economic Attaché in Israel. Solving 9/11, The Deception That Changed the World, by Christopher Bollyn. Chapter 3, America the Target, 9/11 and Israel's History of False Flag Terrorism. Quote, I sat with former Mossad chief Isser Harel for a conversation about Arab terrorism. As he handed me a cup of hot tea and a plate of cookies, I asked him, do you think terrorism will come to America? And if so, where and why? Harel looked at his American visitor and replied, I fear it will come to you in America. America has the power but not the will to fight terrorism. The terrorists have the will but not the power to fight America. But all that could change with time. Arab oil money buys more than tents. As to the where, Harel continued, New York City is the symbol of freedom and capitalism. It's likely they will strike the Empire State Building, your tallest building, he mistakenly thought, and a symbol of your power. 21 years later, the first part of Harel's prediction came true, except, of course, that the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center were much taller than the Empire State Building. Close quote. Michael D. Evans on what Israeli intelligence chief Isser Harel told him in September 1980. America the Target. Jerusalem Post, September 30th, 2001. America the Target. 9/11 and Israel's History of False Flag Terrorism. The Israeli military has a history of owning and operating private aircraft leasing and maintenance companies in the United States. These privately held aviation companies, created by the Israeli military and linked to its state-owned aviation industry, had the capability and advanced avionics required to convert Boeing aircraft into remote-controlled drones like those that evidently struck the World Trade Center on 9/11. Given the Israeli military's capability to carry out the attacks, the evidence of Israeli prior knowledge raises a fundamental question that must be asked. Would the Israeli military conduct such an outrageous act of terror? Millions of Americans have blindly accepted, without any proof, the government and controlled media's fictitious tale that 19 Arabs who lacked basic piloting skills were responsible for the coordinated precision aerial attacks and subsequent carnage and destruction of 9/11. On the other hand, the same government and media have shown absolutely no interest in probing the evidence or looking into the many unanswered questions surrounding the attacks. There can only be one logical explanation for such persistent avoidance of the evidence by the people who should be leading the investigation. They have avoided the evidence because it contradicts the fiction they have presented to the public. The number of people who realize that the government and media have lied about 9/11 is significant and continues to grow all the time. The pack of lies surrounding the attacks has been thoroughly exposed and can no longer be supported. Unable to defend their fiction in the face of facts and evidence presented by honest scientists and writers, the defenders of the 9/11 lie use disinformation, defamation, and slander to try and prevent the truth from spreading like wildfire. Israeli prior knowledge. While the evidence indicates that the Israelis had prior knowledge of 9/11, commonly held misconceptions about Israel and a general lack of understanding of Zionism's brutal history of terrorism prevent most people from comprehending the Israeli connection. The ignorance of Zionist history, cultivated by the controlled media, prevents people from understanding reality in the Middle East. It is essential to have a grasp of the history of previous Israeli attacks on the United States to understand 9/11. This chapter examines a few little-known but key events in the history of Israeli false flag terror attacks and the people behind them. The names and events discussed in this chapter are at the center of Zionist terrorism, false flag and otherwise. False flag terrorism means an act of terror planned and perpetrated by one party for the purpose of having the blame assigned to its enemy for political or strategic purposes. False flag attacks are designed to foment hostility or instigate war between groups or nations. 9/11, like many of the terror attacks that have occurred in occupied Iraq, was a textbook false flag operation. Very rarely has the United States, oceans away from the conflicts of Europe and Asia, actually been attacked by foreign militaries. The British invasion during the War of 1812 and the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor in 1941 are the only foreign attacks prior to 9/11 that come to mind. Although 9/11 is disguised and interpreted by the government and media as an act of terrorism carried out by Islamic fanatics, the evidence indicates that it was a carefully planned false flag attack carried out by the Israeli military after years of planning and preparation. Evidence of Israeli involvement. This is not a hypothesis that can be easily dismissed as based on speculation or prejudice. There is solid evidence that Israeli intelligence agencies had prior knowledge of 9/11, which is indicative of involvement in the attacks. Public statements made by key terror suspects, the 5 jubilant movers arrested in New Jersey, for example, who were actually Israeli intelligence agents, indicate that they possessed prior knowledge of the attacks. In November 2001, after 2 months in U.S. custody, 3 of the 5 agents appeared on Israeli television and admitted, in plain Hebrew, that their purpose had been to document the event. The Israeli interviewer did not ask who had sent them, but it is quite clear they were working for Israeli intelligence. The 5 fake movers from Urban Moving Systems of Weehawken, New Jersey, were actually operatives of the Israeli Secret Service. The 5 Israeli agents, described in early news reports as Middle Eastern, had been sought by the FBI and New Jersey authorities after they had been seen celebrating and photographing the destruction of the World Trade Center. The Israelis made a video of themselves with the burning towers behind them as they flicked their cigarette lighters, laughed, and celebrated as hundreds of innocent people were being roasted alive. Reportedly, they had worn Palestinian or Arab garb, which was later found in their van. The Israeli agents, who were caught with multiple passports, box cutters, and thousands of dollars stuffed into their socks, were driving a van that tested positive for explosives when they were arrested. 2 of the 5 were actually on a list of foreign intelligence agents known to U.S. law enforcement authorities at the time. ABC News did a follow-up on the Israeli agents in June 2002. Quote, "The arresting officers said they saw a lot that aroused their suspicion about the men. One of the passengers had $4,700 in cash hidden in his sock. Another was carrying 2 foreign passports. A box cutter was found in the van. But perhaps the biggest surprise for the officers came when the 5 men identified themselves as Israeli citizens. We are not your problem." According to the police report, one of the passengers told the officers they had been on the West Side Highway in Manhattan during the incident, referring to the World Trade Center attack. The driver of the van, Sivan Kurtzberg, told the officers, "We are Israeli. We are not your problem. Your problems are our problems. The Palestinians are the problem." The other passengers were his brother Paul Kurtzberg, Yaron Shmuel, Oded Elner, and Omer Marmari. Close quote. The 5 movers were evidently part of a much larger Israeli operation in New York City. The Urban Moving Systems Company was later exposed as a Mossad front company, a fake agency set up to facilitate the terror operation. An American who worked with the company said he was shocked to see that the Israeli employees had openly rejoiced over the attacks. In November 2001, the 5 Israeli terror suspects were returned to Israel on visa violations, although they had repeatedly refused to take, and then failed, lie detector tests concerning their involvement in 9/11. Instant messages warning of the attack at the World Trade Center and predicting the bombing to the precise minute were sent via the Mossad-owned Odigo messaging system hours before the first plane hit the North Tower. These warnings are further evidence that Israeli intelligence had very specific and accurate knowledge of the terror attacks long before they occurred. In a complex and elaborately planned crime of mass murder and terrorism, like 9/11, possession of specific prior knowledge, like that held by the fake Israeli movers and the senders of the Odigo messages, is evidence of complicity in the crime. Had the recipients of the Odigo warnings contacted the authorities in New York City, thousands of lives would have been saved. If these people were not complicit in the crime, why didn't they contact the authorities? Taking the evidence of Israeli prior knowledge into consideration, with the Israeli military's capability to launch such a sophisticated false flag terror attack, the obvious question has to be asked. Would Israeli military agencies commit such an atrocious act of terrorism in the United States in order to achieve a strategic goal? The question whether Israeli strategic planners would conduct a false flag terror attack against the United States, their most powerful ally, in order to fix the blame on the Arabs, their enemies, raises several specific questions. 1. Has the Israeli military conducted false flag terror attacks against the United States in the past? 2. If so, are there links between the people or agencies involved in the previous terror attacks and 9/11? 3. Is there a strategic goal for which Zionist planners would commit such a terrorist atrocity? 4. If so, has that strategic goal been realized as a result of 9/11? The answer to all 4 questions is yes. The Israeli military has a documented history of conducting false flag terror attacks against the United States. It also has a history of withholding information from the United States about threats it had knowledge of. Specific Zionist extremists are, furthermore, the prime suspects with the strongest motives for carrying out 9/11. The Zionist motive was to kickstart their long-planned, U.S.-led war on terror with a spectacular terror attack inside the United States. Like any other crime, solving 9/11 requires that we diligently investigate those suspects with strong motives and prior histories of committing similar crimes. There are Israeli suspects who fit this description. On the other hand, there is no reasonable Arab motive to attack the World Trade Center or the Pentagon. Why would Arabs or Muslims commit such a counterproductive act? Why would any Arab organization commit a senseless crime knowing that it would invite a U.S. military invasion of their nation or another Islamic nation? The Arab/Islamic terror scenario for 9/11 makes very little sense. Israel's history of terror. Quote, "We must use terror, assassination, intimidation, land confiscation, and the cutting of all social services to rid the Galilee of its Arab population." Close quote. David Ben-Gurion, first Prime Minister of Israel, to the General Staff, May 1948. Zionists and Israelis have long employed terrorism as a tool and a tactic. Senior officials of the Israeli government, the Mossad, and Amman, Israeli military intelligence, have long histories of using terror as a tool. Zionists from Poland and Russia used terrorism to drive the native Palestinians from their land, homes, and villages during the War of 1947 and 48. Some 400 Palestinian villages and towns were obliterated, and their populations massacred or sent into exile as refugees. Many of the Palestinian houses and villages were taken over by Jewish immigrants. Others were razed to the ground. The Zionists also began using terrorism as a tactic against the West in the 1940s, carrying out false flag terror attacks against the United States and Britain as far back as the bombing of Jerusalem's King David Hotel on July 22, 1946. The bombing of the luxury hotel was ordered by Menachem Begin, the head of the Irgun, a Zionist terrorist organization during the 1930s and 1940s. Begin, a known terrorist, later became Prime Minister of Israel, a position he held during the 1982 invasion of Lebanon, which was led by Ariel Sharon, his defense minister. Begin, an avowed racist, had a Jewish supremacist view of the world, which he used to justify his crimes of terrorism and genocide. Quote, "The Palestinians are beasts walking on two legs," Begin said in a speech to the Knesset, as quoted by the Israeli writer Amnon Kapuliuk in his article Begin and the Beasts, published in the New Statesman of June 25, 1982. Zionist terrorists from the Irgun and Haganah militia, disguised as Arabs, set off 7 large demolition bombs in the basement of the King David Hotel, which was the base for the British Secretariat and the military command in British-occupied Palestine. 91 people were killed, most of them staff of the Secretariat. The attack on the hotel was the deadliest attack against the British in the history of the Mandate. To this day, the Zionist bombing of the King David Hotel is the terrorist act which has caused the greatest number of casualties in the history of the Israeli-Arab conflict. Zionists are proud of the bombing as one of their key acts of terror that compelled the British to abandon Palestine. David Ben-Gurion, the head of the Haganah militia, advocated the use of terror and supported the bombing. Although publicly the Haganah condemned the bombing, many researchers insist that the Haganah had authorized it. Quote, "Everything was coordinated with the Haganah," Menachem Begin declared in a film from the Israeli Broadcasting Authority's Scroll of Fire series. Netanyahu's support for terrorists. Members of the Irgun, which carried out scores of terror bombings in the 1930s and 40s, and its political successors in the Likud party, hold the worldview that political violence and terrorism are legitimate tools in the Jewish national struggle for the land of Israel, according to Ari Perliger and Leonard Weinberg, authors of Jewish Self-Defense and Terrorist Groups Prior to the Establishment of the State of Israel, Roots and Traditions. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister and leader of the Likud, attended a 2-day anniversary celebration of the King David Hotel bombing in July 2006 with former terrorists of the Irgun and Haganah. The event was organized by the Menachem Begin Heritage House, the University of Haifa, and the Association of Itzel, or Irgun Fighters. The seminar was held to mark the 60th anniversary of the bombing of the King David Hotel, Jerusalem, by members of the United Resistance Movement, Haganah and Irgun, the Jerusalem Post noted in its pre-event notices. The Israeli newspaper specifically noted that members of the Haganah and Irgun had been involved in the terrorist bombing. One of the terrorists even led a tour of the hotel he had bombed. The fact that the right-wing politician and terror specialist Bibi Netanyahu had participated in a two-day event celebrating the bombing of the King David Hotel was reported in the Jerusalem Post and in leading newspapers in Britain, France, and India. But not a single word about the event was printed in the controlled press of the United States, the nation supposedly fighting the war on terror. Netanyahu's conspicuous role as the main speaker at an event celebrating an act of terrorism was not reported in any U.S. newspaper until Patrick Buchanan mentioned it in his article entitled Moral Culpability for Kana on August 2, 2006. Buchanan's comments, however, only appeared in independent regional newspapers in Pittsburgh, Wyoming, and Ohio. Quote, "Rubbing our noses in our own cravenness, Bibi Netanyahu took time out a week ago to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the terror attack on the King David Hotel by Menachem Begin's Irgun, an attack that killed 92 people, among them British nurses. This was not a terrorist act," Bibi explained, because Irgun telephoned a 15-minute warning to the hotel before the bombings went off. Right. And those children in Kana should not have ignored Israeli leaflets warning them to clear out of southern Lebanon. Our Israeli friends appear to be playing us for fools. Close quote. In 1946, The Times described the Irgun as terrorists in disguise. Sarah Agassi, it reported, was one of the terrorists in disguise involved in the bombing of the King David Hotel. She and a fellow agent had cased the hotel, while her brother and other terrorists had disguised themselves as Arabs delivering milk as they placed 7 milk cans, each containing 50 kilograms, 110 pounds, of explosives in its basement. The Zionists had important strategic reasons for the bombing, according to the Jerusalem Post of July 27, 2006. Quote, "The bombing was a direct response to the events of the British Operation Agatha and the Black Sabbath of June 29, 1946, during which 17,000 British soldiers confiscated weapons and intelligence documents and arrested thousands of leaders of the Yishuv and Haganah activists. The documents brought to the King David headquarters revealed most of the Yishuv's operational plans and incriminated the Jewish agency in the leadership of the United Resistance, as well as the Itzel and the Lehi, against the British. The evidence would be used to try the Jewish activists and, quite possibly, to hang them. 25 leaders took part in the carefully planned and precisely executed bombing. 6 of them, dressed as Arab laborers, placed the 7 milk cans filled with 350 kilograms of explosives, fitted with timers set to go off in 40 minutes around the central support beam of the hotel's southern wing. Others spread explosives along the roads leading to the hotel to prevent reinforcements and emergency medical crews from arriving at the scene. Netanyahu's terrorist roots. Netanyahu is the son of Ben Zion Netanyahu, born Milakovsky in Warsaw, Poland. Ben Zion was the former senior aide of Vladimir Jabotinsky, the militant extremist founder of revisionist Zionism and the Irgun. His son, Benjamin Netanyahu, is also a leading advocate of the teachings of Jabotinsky. On July 8, 2007, Netanyahu was the keynote speaker at an event at the Jabotinsky Institute to mark the 67th anniversary of the death of the founder of the Irgun. The Irgun, a Zionist terrorist organization dedicated to creating Greater Israel, is the political parent of Israel's extreme right-wing Likud party, which Benjamin Netanyahu currently heads. The Irgun was the armed expression of revisionist Zionism, which was expressed by Jabotinsky as follows, according to Howard Sacher, author of A History of Israel, from the rise of Zionism to our time. 1. Every Jew has the right to enter Palestine. 2. Only active retaliation, that is, terrorism, would deter the Arabs and the British. 3. Only Jewish armed force would ensure the Jewish state. Terrorism specialist. Netanyahu is also a terrorism specialist who has made a career out of promoting the Zionist agenda of a global war on terror since the 1980s. When Netanyahu was asked on the same day about the terrorism of 9/11, he said, "It's very good." Who else but a hardened terrorist complicit in the crime would use the word good to describe 9/11? As James Bennett of the New York Times reported on September 12, 2001, quote, asked tonight what the attack meant for relations between the United States and Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, the former prime minister, replied, "It's very good." Then he edited himself. "Well, not very good, but it will generate immediate sympathy." Close quote. In 2006, the Jerusalem Post and other newspapers reported on Netanyahu's outspoken support for the terrorists who had bombed the King David Hotel in 1946. The Irgun's chief of operations at the time of the bombing was Eitan Livni, father of the Israeli foreign minister Tzipi Livni, from 2006 to 2009. The high-level political connections in Israel with the Irgun terrorists of the 1940s are an indication of the influence they have on the Israeli political establishment. The Hindu noted in an article entitled "Celebrating Terror Israeli Style" on July 24, 2006. Quote, "We do not think that it is right for an act of terrorism which led to the loss of many lives to be commemorated," Britain's ambassador to Israel, Simon McDonald, and its consul general in Jerusalem, John Jenkins, protested weekly in a letter to the local Israeli administration in Jerusalem. Close quote. Previous Israeli attacks on U.S. targets. 8 years after the bombing of the King David Hotel, Israel carried out a series of false flag terror bombings against U.S. and British libraries, theaters, and other government institutions in Egypt in a terror campaign designed to be blamed on Egyptian groups. This Israeli terror campaign of July 1954 is often referred to as the Lavon Affair, after Pinhas Lavon, the Israeli defense minister at the time. In June 1967, 13 years after the Lavon Affair, the Israeli Air Force and Navy deliberately strafed, bombed, napalmed, and torpedoed an unarmed U.S. vessel, the USS Liberty, and tried to kill all of its nearly 300 crew members simply to achieve a strategic goal. Recently released documents from the National Security Agency confirm that the United States government at the time had evidence that the Israelis had deliberately attacked the USS Liberty, knowing it was a U.S. vessel. Oliver Kirby, the NSA's Deputy Director for Operations at the time of the Israeli attack on the USS Liberty, confirmed the existence of the transcripts to John Crudson of the Chicago Tribune in 2007, saying he had personally read them. Quote, asked whether he had personally read such transcripts, Kirby replied, "I sure did. I certainly did." They said, "We've got him in the zero," Kirby recalled, whatever that meant, I guess the sights or something. And then one of them said, "Can you see the flag?" They said, "Yes, it's U.S., it's U.S." They said it several times, so there wasn't any doubt in anybody's mind that they knew it. Kirby, now 86 years old and retired in Texas, said the transcripts were something that's bothered me all my life. I'm willing to swear on a stack of Bibles that we knew they knew. Close quote. The planes involved in the attack reported directly to the commander of the Israeli Air Force, Major General Mordechai Hod. Hod, also known as Mordechai Fine, was from Kibbutz Tiganya, like Moshe Dayan, the defense minister he served under. Hod left the military in 1975 and created CAL, an Israeli air cargo company. After only 2 years, he left the company and became chief executive of El Al Airlines from 1977 to 1979. In 1985, he founded an unnamed security company, according to his June 2003 obituary in The Guardian. From 1987 until retirement in 1993, he was the chairman of Israel Aircraft Industries. ICTS, the Israeli Airport Security Company, was a key defendant in the 9/11 tort litigation. The ICTS website says this about the company, quote, ICTS International NV was founded in 1982 by a select group of security experts, former military commanding officers, and veterans of government intelligence and security agencies, close quote. An employee of ICTS told me in 2001 that Huntley USA, their wholly owned airport security subsidiary, had handled passenger screening at Boston and Newark airports on 9/11. As a matter of fact, the Mossad-linked company probably had people at every one of the airports involved in the attacks of 9/11. The ICTS company website says, quote, in 1998, ICTS International NV made a strategic decision to focus on the U.S. market. The following year, it acquired Huntley USA Corporation, which provides airline passenger screening services at 47 U.S. airports, including all the international aviation gateways in the United States of America. The ICTS company developed out of El Al. El Al is the state airline of Israel, their security. The Israeli airline security firm went through a number of name changes as it began providing security to European and American airports. Cover-up. The U.S. government, military, and media all went along with the cover-up of the deliberate attack on the USS Liberty to avoid blaming Israel for the murder of 34 American servicemen, 26 of whom died from a torpedo blast, and the wounding of some 173 others. Shimon Peres, the Israeli president, certainly knows who made the decision to attack the U.S. vessel in 1967. Moshe Dayan, defense minister during the Six-Day War, was a close associate and political ally of Shimon Peres. In 1965, former Prime Minister Ben-Gurion and his closest advisors, including Shimon Peres and Moshe Dayan, broke away from the ruling Labor Party, Mapai, and formed a separate minority faction, the Rafi, or Workers' List. The Crudson article reveals that the Israelis knew very well that the USS Liberty was an American vessel in international waters before they fired the torpedo that killed 26 U.S. servicemen. Quote, 20 minutes later, after the Liberty had been hit repeatedly by machine guns, 30mm cannon, and napalm from the Israelis' French-built Mirage and Mystère fighter bombers, the controller directing the attack asked his chief in Tel Aviv to which country the target vessel belonged. Apparently American, the chief controller replied. 14 minutes later, the Liberty was struck amidships by a torpedo from an Israeli boat, killing 26 of the 100 or so NSA technicians and specialists in Russian and Arabic who were working in restricted compartments below the ship's waterline. Close quote. Sink the target. No survivors. Lieutenant James M. Ennis, Jr., an officer on the bridge of the USS Liberty, wrote his first-hand account of the Israeli attack in a 1979 book entitled Assault on the Liberty. Lieutenant Ennis' book provides evidence that the Israeli attack was deliberate and not an accident of war. Ennis describes how Israeli torpedo boats repeatedly machine-gunned Liberty sailors fighting the napalm fires on deck and shot her life rafts in the water while an oversized U.S. flag flew from its mast. The shooting of the life rafts indicates that the Israelis did not want anyone to survive the assault and intended sinking of the U.S. vessel. Steve Forslund, an intelligence analyst for the 544 Air Reconnaissance Technical Wing in 1967, saw the transcripts from the Israeli pilots and their ground control as they came off the teletype machine at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha. Quote, "The ground control station stated that the target was American, and for the aircraft to confirm it," Forslund recalled. The aircraft did confirm the identity of the target as American by the American flag. The ground control station ordered the aircraft to attack and sink the target and ensure they left no survivors. Forslund said he clearly recalled the obvious frustration of the controller over the inability of the pilots to sink the target quickly and completely. He kept insisting the mission had to sink the target and was frustrated with the pilot's responses that it didn't sink, he said. Chief Petty Officer Stanley White, president of the Liberty Veterans Association, said, "The Israeli planes and gunboats spent more than 1 hour hitting us with rockets, napalm bombs, torpedoes, cannon, and machine gun fire. They machine gunned our firefighters on deck, and they shot our life rafts out of the water. I don't know of a single member of our association who believes the attack was an accident." There are 3 reasons that have been given as to why the Israelis wanted to sink the U.S. electronic reconnaissance vessel. 1. To prevent the U.S. from knowing that Israel was planning to seize the Golan Heights from Syria. 2. To prevent the U.S. from obtaining evidence that Israeli troops were slaughtering some 1,000 Egyptian prisoners of war near Gaza. 3. To destroy the U.S. vessel that was capable of discerning that Israel was sending false communications to Jordan and Egypt to prolong the war until the Israeli military achieved its territorial goals. The U.S. intelligence documents indicate the Israelis attacked the Liberty deliberately. They feared she would monitor their plans to attack the Golan Heights in Syria, a move the United States opposed for fear of provoking Soviet military intervention, Ennis wrote. Wilbur Crane Eveland, an author formerly with the CIA in the Middle East, wrote that the Liberty had intercepted messages that made it clear that Israel had never intended to limit its attack to Egypt. Israeli massacre. The Tribune article of October 2, 2007, about the new revelations concerning the attack on the Liberty, reported that the NSA's deputy director at the time, Louis Tordella, speculated in a recently declassified memo that the attack, quote, might have been ordered by some senior commander on the Sinai Peninsula who wrongly suspected that the Liberty was monitoring his activities. The activities that needed to be hidden included the slaughter of some 1,000 Egyptian prisoners of war. Aria Yitzhaki of Bar Ilan University, who worked in the Israeli Defense Forces History Department, said in an August 1995 interview with Israel Radio that a reconnaissance unit known as Shahed, or Almond, headed by Binyamin ben Eliezer, had killed hundreds of Egyptians who had abandoned their weapons and fled into the desert during the 1967 war. Yitzhaki said he had investigated 6 or 7 separate incidents in which approximately 1,000 unarmed Egyptian prisoners of war had been killed by Israeli forces. The U.S. Marine Barracks, Beirut, 1983. 16 years later, 241 U.S. Marines died when a Mercedes truck packed with explosives demolished their barracks at Beirut International Airport on October 23, 1983. A similar explosion occurred nearly simultaneously at the French military barracks a few kilometers away, killing 56 French troops. In the wake of the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon, President Ronald Reagan sent 1,800 Marines to Beirut to act as peacekeepers. Ariel Sharon and the Israeli leadership, however, resented the interference and used the U.S. presence to commit a false flag operation that killed 241 Marines, according to Victor Ostrovsky in his book on the Mossad, by way of deception. Ostrovsky, a former Mossad officer, reported that Nahum Admoni, the Mossad director at the time, had very specific information about the truck being prepared for the attack on the U.S. Marines, but had intentionally withheld this crucial information from the U.S. military. Quote, "No, we're not there to protect Americans. They're a big country. Send only the regular information, Admoni reportedly said. Admoni, the son of Polish immigrants, was director of the Mossad from 1982 to 1989. In 1947 and 48, Admoni had served in the Shai, the Haganah intelligence branch headed by Isser Harel, and later in the newly created IDF intelligence agency, Amman. After the 1948 war, Admoni studied at the University of California, Berkeley, until 1954. The purpose of the false flag terror bombings in Lebanon was to create U.S. animosity toward the Arab world and align the United States with Israel, according to Ostrovsky. There had been an earlier car bomb at the U.S. Embassy in Beirut on April 18, 1983, which had killed 17 Marines. The truck bombing compelled the Marines to move offshore, and President Reagan ordered them to be withdrawn from Lebanon on February 7, 1984. Israeli intelligence is suspected of having been involved in the 1983 bombing of the Marine barracks, the deadliest single-day death toll for the U.S. Marine Corps since the Battle of Iwo Jima. War on terror. The Israeli strategy of using terrorism to instigate U.S. animosity toward the Arab world, which began with the Lavon affair in 1954, reached its goal of bringing the United States into a fraudulent war on terror with the false flag attacks of 9/11. With its U.S.-led invasions and occupations of Afghanistan and Iraq, the war on terror was the fulfillment of a key strategic goal for Israeli military planners. To have the armies of the United States and European nations occupying Iraq, the most powerful and advanced Arab nation, has long been the dream of Zionist strategic planners. Benjamin Netanyahu, for example, has explicitly called for a global war on terror since 1980, when his first book, International Terrorism, Challenge and Response, was published by the Yonatan Netanyahu Institute. Netanyahu's appeal for the Western democracies to wage war against Israel's foes was repeated and amplified in his 1986 book, Terrorism, How the West Can Win. Although it is never mentioned as such in the controlled press, it needs to be understood that the pre-planned invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq are, in fact, wars of aggression. To prepare for and carry out a war of aggression is a serious war crime under the Nuremberg Principles of 1950. The United States and its allies convicted and literally strangled to death dozens of senior Nazis at the Nuremberg trials for having committed such war crimes. In the aftermath of 9/11, the U.S. government failed to prove that the terror attacks had been planned, sponsored, or executed by members of the ruling Taliban regime prior to invading Afghanistan. 10 years later, the U.S. government still had not proven a connection between the Taliban regime and 9/11. On June 5, 2006, author Ed Haas contacted the Federal Bureau of Investigation headquarters to ask why, while claiming that bin Laden was wanted in connection with the August 1998 bombings of U.S. embassies in Tanzania and Kenya, the most wanted poster did not indicate that bin Laden was wanted in connection with the events of 9/11. Rex Toom, Chief of Investigative Publicity for the FBI, responded, "The reason why 9/11 is not mentioned on Osama bin Laden's most wanted page is because the FBI has no hard evidence connecting bin Laden to 9/11. Toom continued, bin Laden has not been formally charged in connection to 9/11. Likewise, there is no evidence of involvement in 9/11 by any member of the regime of the former Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein. Furthermore, allegations that the Iraqi regime had obtained weapons of mass destruction, trumpeted by senior officials of the Bush administration and Judith Miller of the New York Times, turned out to be lies crafted solely for the purpose of deceiving the public and provoking another illegal invasion. The passage of time does not make a war of aggression any less criminal." Decades of planning. The same key people who were involved in the 1954 Israeli terror bombings of the U.S. Information Agency libraries in Alexandria and Cairo were holding high-level positions in the Israeli government in 2001. There are other Israelis with long histories of terrorism and strategic planning who revealed having very specific prior knowledge of 9/11 long before 2001. The highest Israeli intelligence at the time of the Lavon affair, Isser Harel, was evidently aware of the long-term planning of 9/11 more than 20 years before it happened. In 1980, 21 years before the attacks, Isser Harel, the former director of Haganah Intelligence, the Shin Bet, and the Mossad, predicted with uncanny accuracy the events of 9/11 to Michael D. Evans, an American Zionist supporter of the Likud. On September 23, 1980, Evans visited Harel at his home in Israel and had dinner with him and Dr. Reuven Hecht, a senior advisor to Prime Minister Menachem Begin. In an editorial entitled America the Target, published in the Jerusalem Post of September 30, 2001, Evans related what Harel had told him 21 years earlier in 1980. Quote, I sat with former Mossad chief Isser Harel for a conversation about Arab terrorism. As he handed me a cup of hot tea and a plate of cookies, I asked him, do you think terrorism will come to America? And if so, where and why? Harel looked at his American visitor and replied, I fear it will come to you in America. America has the power, but not the will to fight terrorism. The terrorists have the will, but not the power to fight America. But all that could change with time. Arab oil money buys more than tents. As to the where, Harel continued, New York City is the symbol of freedom and capitalism. It's likely they will strike the Empire State Building, your tallest building, he mistakenly thought, and a symbol of your power. Close quote. In another article on his Jerusalem Prayer Team website, entitled Jimmy Carter, Radical Islam's Ally, Evans relates the same story about Harel. Quote, my last question was, would terrorism ever come to America? You have the power to fight it, he said, but not the will. They have the will, but not the power. All of that will change in time. Yes, I fear it will come to New York and your tallest building, which is a symbol of your fertility. Close quote. In 2004, Evans published a book entitled The American Prophecies, Terrorism and Mideast Conflict Reveal a Nation's Destiny. In a subsequent interview, published under the title, Is America in Biblical Prophecy?, Evans explained what Harel meant about fertility symbols. Question. So extrapolating from the scenarios of the Bible, what do you believe is our nation's future based on prophecy? Evans. The story of prophecy that has to do with the Jews goes all the way through to the end of the book of Revelation. Jesus prophesied in Matthew 24. The disciples said, what shall be the signs of the coming of the end of the age? And he said, the first sign would be deception. Now, there's never been greater deception than what happened on September 11th, 2001. Question. Why do you say that America's story is contained within biblical prophecies? Evans. America stepped into the eye of the prophetic storm when it took covenant with both Ishmael and Isaac, the sons of Abraham, the Arab and the Jew. Most of the Bible talks about this battle between these two brothers, and we're right in the middle of it. On September 23, 1979, the founder of Israeli intelligence over dinner told me that America was developing a tolerance for terror. The gentleman's name was Isser Harel, the founder of Mossad Israeli intelligence. He ran it from 1947 to 1963. He told me that America had developed an alliance between two countries, Israel and Saudi Arabia, and that the alliance with Saudi Arabia was dangerous and would develop a tolerance for terror among Americans. He said if the tolerance continued, that Islamic fundamentalists would ultimately strike America. I said, where? He said, in Islamic theology, the phallic symbol is very important. Your biggest phallic symbol is New York City, and your tallest building will be the phallic symbol that they will hit. Isser Harel prophesied that the tallest building in New York would be the first building hit by Islamic fundamentalists 21 years ago. Close quote. The interview with Evans is published online on BeliefNet, a Zionist propaganda network disguised as a religious website. Steven Waldman is CEO, co-founder, and editor-in-chief of BeliefNet. Previously, Waldman was national editor of U.S. News and World Report, national correspondent for Newsweek, and editor of Washington Monthly. One of BeliefNet's directors is Michael Perlis, the former president of the Playboy Publishing Group. Think about this for a minute. The founder of Israeli intelligence tells an American Zionist in 1980 that Arab terrorism will come to America and that the terrorists will strike the tallest building in New York City. His bizarre prediction, which makes no sense, then comes to pass 13 years later with a fake terror bombing in 1993, evidently set up by the FBI. The FBI-coordinated false flag terror event is then followed 8 years later by a spectacular, well-planned, and extremely lethal attack which kills thousands. So how did Isser Harel know what Arab terrorists had planned more than 2 decades before 9/11? Isser Harel, Mossad's master terrorist. Under David Ben-Gurion, Isser Harel was the former chief of Haganah intelligence from 1944, the Shin Bet from 1948, and the Mossad until 1963. Admoni, the Mossad director who refused to warn the U.S. Marines in 1983, had served under Harel. Given his unique position and penchant for terrorism as a means of coercion, the uncanny accuracy of Harel's prediction says more about the years of Israeli planning that went into 9/11 than it does about any criminal plots of alleged Arab origin. After nearly 2 decades as the head of Israeli intelligence, Ben-Gurion reportedly asked Harel to resign in 1963 because of his use of terror bombings as a means of coercion against the West. Harel, as director of the Mossad, had initiated the Damocles operation of the early 1960s, which was a terror bombing campaign to threaten German scientists and prevent them from helping Egypt develop its defense systems. 2 Mossad agents were arrested and jailed in Switzerland for using terror bombs against German scientists. The wife of one scientist was killed in a mysterious explosion. A second scientist disappeared, and the secretary of a third scientist was blinded and mutilated by a mail bomb in Cairo. As Ian Black and Benny Morris, authors of Israel's Secret Wars, A History of Israel's Intelligence Services, wrote, quote, Dr. Heinz Krug, director of a Munich-based Egyptian front company called Intra, had disappeared mysteriously and was presumed murdered in September 1962. On October 7th, Harel left for Europe to personally supervise authorized operations and the Special Collection Program. In November, Amman, IDF intelligence, sent several letter bombs to the rocket installations in Egypt, and one of them, a large parcel that had been mailed by sea from Hamburg, killed 5 Egyptians. Someone with a black sense of humor dubbed the campaign post-mortem. Close quote. It is interesting to note that Yosef Goel, a columnist with the Jerusalem Post, published an editorial entitled Isser Harel and the German Scientists on February 22, 1991, in which Israel's English-language newspaper delivered a thinly veiled threat of Harel-type terrorism to European scientists and companies doing business with Arab nations. Quote, the directors and managers of those firms and the experts who work for them should be reminded that they are playing with their lives and the welfare of their families. It would be well if they went back and studied the episode of Isser Harel and the German scientists in Nasser's missile program of the 1960s. Close quote. The Lavon Affair. The Lavon Affair, or the Shameful Affair, as it is known in Hebrew, was an Israeli false flag terror bombing campaign against the United States and Britain that was carried out in Egypt in 1954. Israeli military intelligence had set up a terror cell of sleeper agents in Egypt, which was activated in July 1954 to blow up U.S. and British targets. The Israeli operation was codenamed Susanna. The false flag terrorist bombings were meant to be blamed on Egyptians in order to alienate the United States and Britain from President Gamal Abdel Nasser and prevent Egypt from nationalizing the Suez Canal. The Lavon Affair is seldom discussed in the media or in university courses on Middle Eastern history. Strict censorship in the Israeli media even prevented the Israeli public from knowing about the affair for many years. Only in 2005, 51 years after the bombings, did Israel finally admit responsibility for its 1954 false flag terrorist bombing campaign in Egypt. The bombings were carried out between July 2nd and July 27th, 1954, by a covert terror cell composed of about 12 Egyptian Jews under the command of Israeli intelligence agents. The Israeli-run terror cell was discovered and broken up on July 27, 1954, when one of its members was caught in Alexandria after the bomb he was carrying exploded. An Israeli terrorist cell, Unit 131, was reportedly responsible for the bombings. At the time of the incident, Unit 131 is said to have been the subject of a dispute between Amman and Mossad over who controlled it. The Egyptian operatives had been recruited several years earlier when an Israeli intelligence officer named Avram Dar went to Cairo posing as John Darling, a British citizen from Gibraltar. Dar recruited Egyptian Jews who had helped the Mossad with illegal immigration to Israel and trained them for covert operations. The Israeli terror cell went to work in the summer of 1954. On July 2nd, a post office in Alexandria was firebombed. On July 14th, the U.S. Information Agency libraries in Alexandria and Cairo and a British theater were bombed. The bombs contained nitroglycerin and were placed on the shelves of the libraries. After the terrorist cell was discovered, 3 of the Israeli terrorist commanders succeeded in fleeing Egypt, and the 4th committed suicide. After the trial in Cairo, 2 of the accused Egyptians were condemned to death and executed, and 8 were condemned to long terms of imprisonment. Moshe Sharett. The Israeli Prime Minister and Foreign Minister at the time, Moshe Sharett, was evidently unaware of the intrigue, which had been carried out by disciples of David Ben-Gurion, namely Isra Harel, Moshe Dayan, and Shimon Peres. Sharett, born Chertok in Ukraine, was Israel's first foreign minister from 1948 until 1956, and second prime minister from 53 to 55. Sharett held both positions at the time of the Israeli terror campaign. Sharett, who appears to have known nothing about the terror ring, only became informed of the facts afterwards. In October 1953, shortly before Ben-Gurion took a 2-year hiatus in the Negev desert, leaving Sharett in charge, he appointed Pinchas Lavon, a staunch supporter of the retaliation, that is, terrorism policy, as Minister of Defense, and nominated Moshe Dayan as Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces. When Sharett was told of Ben-Gurion's decision to nominate Dayan as Chief of Staff, he penned this note in his diary, quote, "The new Chief of Staff's immense capacity for plotting and intrigue-making will yield many complications." Close quote. Lavon terrorized the West. Pinchas Lavon, Israel's Minister of Defense at the time of the bombings, was part of a group of military leaders who advocated the use of terrorism against the Western nations, particularly Britain and the United States. This group included the Polish-born immigrants David Ben-Gurion and Shimon Peres, otherwise known as Shimon Persky. and Moshe Dayan, the kibbutz-raised son of Ukrainian immigrants. In January 1955, Sherritt wrote about Lavon to Aharon Barkat, Secretary General of the Mapai Party. Quote, he, Lavon, inspired and cultivated the negative adventuristic trend in the army and preached the doctrine that not the Arab countries, but the Western powers are the enemy, and the only way to deter them from their plots is through direct actions that will terrorize them. Close quote. When the Israeli terrorist plot against Britain and the United States was exposed, Ben-Gurion blamed Lavon, who in turn blamed Colonel Benjamin Givley, another Ben-Gurion protege, and the head of Amman, Israeli military intelligence. Lavon said that Givley had organized the covert operation behind his back. Sherritt and Israeli terrorism. Prime Minister Sherritt, however, had no doubts about the guilt of the Dayan Perez Givley clique, according to the late Israeli historian Levia Rokach, the daughter of Israel Rokach, the former mayor of Tel Aviv and Minister of Internal Affairs in the Sherritt government. Quote, for him, Sherritt, the question of who gave the order was secondary to the necessity of pronouncing a judgment on the ideology and politics of Israel's terrorism. Therefore, while he had no doubts about the guilt of the Dayan Perez Givley clique, to him, Lavon's political responsibility was also inescapable. Close quote. As Sherritt wrote about Lavon on January 10, 1955, quote, people ask me if I'm convinced that he gave the order, but let us assume that Givley had acted without instructions. Doesn't the moral responsibility lie all the same on Lavon, who has constantly preached for acts of madness and taught the army leadership the diabolic lesson of how to set the Middle East on fire, how to cause friction, cause bloody confrontations, sabotage targets and property of the powers, and perform acts of despair and suicide? Close quote. As a moderate Zionist, Sherritt believed that Israel's survival would be impossible without the support of the West, Rokach wrote, but that Western morality and interests in the Middle East would not support a Jewish state which, quote, behaves according to the laws of the jungle and raises terrorism to the level of a sacred principle. Shimon Peres, frighten the West. In May 1947, Ben-Gurion drafted Shimon Peres into the Haganah High Command, where he was initially put in charge of manpower and later became involved in arms procurement and production. Peres served as chief of the Naval Department in 1948 and was sent to the United States in 1950 on an arms procurement mission. Peres was instrumental in acquiring weapons for the Haganah and establishing the Israeli defense industries, especially the aircraft and avionics industries, according to his biography. He is also known as the godfather of Israel's high-tech defense industries and illegal nuclear arsenal. Peres built an alliance with France that secured a source of arms and was responsible for the program to develop nuclear weapons for Israel, convincing the French to help Israel build a secret nuclear reactor at Dimona in the Negev Desert in 1957. It was Peres who acquired the French advanced Dassault Mirage 3 jet fighters that the Israeli Air Force used to attack the USS Liberty in 1967. About Shimon Peres, whom Sherritt considered to be one of the key planners of the terror bombing campaign of U.S. institutions in Egypt, he wrote this note in 1955. Quote, Peres shares the same ideology as Lavon. He wants to frighten the West into supporting Israel's aims. Close quote. 2 years later, in 1957, Sherritt wrote even more critically about Peres. Quote, I have stated that I totally and utterly reject Peres and consider his rise to prominence a malignant, immoral disgrace. I will rend my clothes in mourning for the state if I see him become a minister in the Israeli government. Close quote. Sherritt's terrorist adversaries, Ben-Gurion, Dayan, and Peres, however, prevailed and dealt a crushing blow to the very hypothesis of moderate Zionism, Rokoch concluded. Quote, in the final analysis, the West, and in particular the United States, let itself be frightened or blackmailed into supporting Israel's megalomaniac ambitions because an objective relationship of complicity already existed, and because once pushed into the open, this complicity proved capable of serving the cause of Western power politics in the region. Close quote. The immense profits that have flowed into the coffers of Western drug and oil cartels as a consequence of the Anglo-American control over the opium production of occupied Afghanistan and the oil of occupied Iraq illustrate Rokoch's view that Israeli false flag terror is capable of serving the cause of Western power politics in the region. As Rokoch concluded in her study of Sherritt's diary and documents, quote, just as Zionism, based on the de-Palestinization and the Judaization of Palestine, was intrinsically racist and immoral, thus the West, in reality, had no use for a Jewish state in the Middle East which did not behave according to the laws of the jungle, and whose terrorism could not be relied on as a major instrument for the oppression of the peoples of the region. Close quote. By April 1957, Sherritt realized that the hardline terrorist faction headed by Ben-Gurion and his protégés Dayan and Peres had won, and that he and his vision of moderate Zionism had lost. Quote, I go on repeating to myself nowadays, admit that you are the loser. They showed much more daring and dynamism. They played with fire, and they won. The public, even your own public, does not share your position. On the contrary, the public now turns even against its masters, and its bitterness against the retreat from Sinai and Gaza is developing into a tendency to change the political balance in this country in favor of the former Irgun terrorist leader Menachem Begin. His, as Sherritt's, defeat in internal Israeli politics reflected the ascendancy of the positions of Ben-Gurion, Dayan, and others, including Peres, who were not reluctant to use force to attain their goals, Noam Chomsky wrote in his foreword to Rokoch's book. Quote, his diaries give a very revealing picture of the developing conflict as he perceived it and offer an illuminating insight into the early history of the State of Israel, with ramifications that reach to the present and beyond. Close quote. 9/11 and the War on Terror are clearly two ramifications of the victory of the terrorist Zionists that reach to the present. Had Moshe Sherritt, the Israeli Prime Minister, spoken frankly and torn up the mask of secrecy surrounding the Israeli terror bombings, he could have changed the history of the Middle East, as Rokoch wrote. Quote, at this point, Sherritt could have changed the history of the Middle East had he spoken frankly and directly to public opinion, which was deeply troubled by the events in Egypt, the arrests, the trial, the executions, the contradicting rumors, the climate of intrigue surrounding the affair. By tearing up the mask of secrecy, denouncing those who were responsible, exposing his true convictions in regard to Israel's terroristic ideologies and orientations, and proposing an alternative, he could have created for himself the conditions in which to use the formal powers that he possessed to make a radical house cleaning in the security establishment. The impact of such an act would have probably been considerable not only in Israel itself, but also in the Arab world, especially in Egypt. The downfall of Lavon on one hand, and of the Ben-Gurionist gang headed by Dayan and Peres on the other hand, might have blocked Ben-Gurion's return to power, and in the longer range, the Sinai-Suez War. Events since then would have taken a different course. Close quote. Unfortunately, the Ben-Gurionist gang, headed by Dayan and Peres, came to power. Peres, who had been appointed to high-level positions, was elected to the Knesset in the 1959 elections. Peres, the former Director General of the Ministry of Defense under Moshe Dayan, then became the Deputy Defense Minister, a position he held until 1965, when he was implicated with Diane in the Lavon affair. On June 5, 1967, Israel started the Six-Day War when it launched a preemptive attack against Egypt and its air force. Yitzhak Rabin was chief of staff, and Moshe Dayan was Minister of Defense during this crucial war that reshaped the Middle East. Ben-Gurion and his gang of Dayan and Peres had formed a new party in 1965, Rafi, partly due to their involvement in the Lavon affair. Dayan and Peres had worked closely together since their days in the Haganah. Shimon Peres, terrorist-in-chief. Shimon Peres, a most unsuitable recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize in 1994, has a long history of terrorism which is not well known in the West. Peres, the octogenarian president of the State of Israel, has a record of involvement in terrorist crimes over a period of more than 5 decades. Peres is a survivor of the struggle among Zionists between the militant hardliners, who promoted the use of violence and terrorism, and the moderates, who opposed terrorism and advocated the use of diplomacy. Shimon Peres is a hardliner. Born Shimon Perski in Poland on August 2, 1923, Peres is the first cousin of Lauren Bacall, the Brooklyn-born Betty Joan Persky. This relationship is a good example of how Zionist Jewish families from the Pale of Settlement often established branches in Israel and the United States in the early 1900s. In 1947, the Polish-born Zionist leader David Ben-Gurion, born David Grün, met Shimon Peres, then aged 23, at Haganah headquarters and made him responsible for manpower and arms purchases for the underground Zionist militia Ben-Gurion commanded in Palestine. Peres became a protege of Ben-Gurion. After the bombing of the King David Hotel and other terror killings by the Haganah and other Zionist terror groups, the British withdrew from Palestine. The armed gangs of Zionist immigrants and veterans of the Red Army then turned their skills of terrorism, which some had gained during World War II, against the indigenous population of Palestine. Nearly 400 Palestinian towns and villages were completely obliterated or ethnically cleansed during the 1947-48 Zionist conquest of Palestine. Peres was also the chief of the Israeli Navy, whose main task at the time was the illegal smuggling of men and arms for the Zionist forces in Palestine. Peres assumed the position of director of the Defense Ministry's procurement delegation in the United States after the 1947-48 war, according to his biography. As director of arms procurement in the United States, Peres was responsible for organizing illegal arms smuggling. Transfers of weapons and planes to Zionist forces in Palestine violated the U.S. Neutrality Act. Much of the Haganah arms smuggling activity was run from an office above the syndicate-owned Copacabana Club in New York City, where Peres and Teddy Kollek, the Hungarian-born son of the director of the Rothschild Bank in Vienna, worked closely with the crime syndicate headed by the leading Jewish gangsters of the time. After World War II, Kollek had been sent to New York to serve as the Haganah representative and head of its weapons purchasing team in New York. Also deeply involved in the Zionist arms smuggling were the American Jews Adolf Schwimmer and Hank Greenspun. Greenspun, the Las Vegas-based publicist for mobster Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, was eventually pardoned for his crimes by President Bill Clinton, a close friend of the Greenspun family. In 1951, at the request of Ben-Gurion, Schwimmer and Peres founded Bedek, the military's aviation firm that became Israel's largest company, Israel Aircraft Industries. In 1952, the same year Ben-Gurion made Isser Harel the head of the Mossad, he appointed Peres to be Deputy Director General of the Ministry of Defense. The next year, at the age of 29, Peres became the youngest ever Director General of the Defense Ministry, a position he held until 1959. It is interesting to note that Peres never attended university or served in the army, according to the Israeli daily Haaretz of June 14, 2007. As Director General, Peres was a founder of Israel's military and its subsidiary, Israel Aircraft Industries. Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, put Peres in charge of the establishment of Israel's unlawful nuclear program and secret reactor at Dimona in the Negev Desert. Peres has never been popular with Israeli voters. Although he served twice as prime minister, he was never elected to that position. In 2000, he even lost a parliamentary election for the presidency to Moshe Katsav, an Iranian Jewish immigrant. Peres served as Israel's foreign minister under the Likud right-wing Ariel Sharon from early 2001 until November 2002. In July 2007, at nearly 84 years of age, Peres finally won the presidency, but only after Katsav was forced to leave office under a storm of allegations of rape and sexual misconduct. One might wonder why an 84-year-old man would want to be president. Is this an example of the maxim, no rest for the wicked? Is Peres still working because he needs to protect the critical secrets about 9/11 and the war agenda it launched? Oddly, prior to 9/11, Peres, a politician from the left, held the most powerful position of deputy prime minister and foreign minister in a government led by a prime minister from the extreme right, Ariel Sharon. Peres held these positions in the Israeli government from March 3, 2001 until November 2, 2002. Sharon, who reportedly became comatose in January 2006, is a well-known Israeli terrorist and war criminal with a long record of committing atrocities in Palestine and Lebanon. Peres, godfather and chief architect of Israel's high-tech military and unlawful nuclear arsenal, is a person who has always supported the use of terror to coerce the West to support Israel's strategic goals. He has been involved, at the highest level, in numerous covert false flag terrorist operations, such as the Lavon affair, which was even kept secret from the Israeli Prime Minister at the time. Did Peres use his senior position in the government of like-minded terrorists to launch the false flag terror attacks of 9/11 in order to coerce the United States and the West into the Zionist-planned war on terror? Shimon Peres has the credentials of a Zionist arch-terrorist. Furthermore, he has the record, the worldview, and the capability to be an architectural-level planner of 9/11. Is Peres one of the masterminds behind the terrorist crime of the century? Were Isser Harel and Mordechai Hod also involved in the planning of 9/11? To help identify the architectural-level planners behind the false flag terrorism of 9/11, we need a better understanding of how such terrorist attacks can be carried out within the context of anti-terrorist exercises. One military exercise being conducted on 9/11, for example, simulated a passenger plane crashing into a military building near the Pentagon. Was there a connection between the simulated attack and the real one? Solving 9/11, The Deception That Changed the World, by Chris Bollyn. Chapter 4, The Terror Drills That Became Real, 9/11, the London Bombings, and the Sinking of Estonia. Quote, the easiest way to carry out a false flag attack is by setting up a military exercise that simulates the very attack you want to carry out. Captain Eric May, former U.S. Army military intelligence officer. The terror drills that became real, 9/11, the London bombings, and the sinking of Estonia. The past 2 decades have been marked by a large number of terror events which remain unsolved to this day. Several of these events involved heinous crimes of mass murder and are similar in a remarkable way. These are the disasters which occurred during security drills or military exercises in which the scenario was incredibly similar, if not identical, to the real-life terror attack. Understanding the nature of the exercises that formed the background and framework for these attacks is essential to understanding how the attacks were carried out. The fact that these real-life terror events occurred within the context of virtually identical exercises has been completely ignored by the media, as if the exercises had never happened. Of the major terror events that occurred during such exercises, we will look at three specific examples: the aerial attacks of 9/11, the bombings of the London Underground and a bus in 2005, and the sinking of the Baltic ferry Estonia in 1994. While there certainly have been other major disasters that occurred within the context of military exercises, such as the sinking of the Russian submarine Kursk in 2000 and the 1988 downing of Iran Air Flight 655 by the USS Vincennes in the Persian Gulf, the three events being discussed here involved attacks on civilian transportation systems far from any war zone. The three disasters were all handled in the same way by their respective governments and media. In each case, before a proper investigation could begin to establish the facts and examine the evidence, a politically acceptable explanation was put forward by government officials and repeated without question by the mass media. Evidence that contradicted the official version of events was confiscated, destroyed, or simply ignored. The extremely hasty and improper destruction of the steel from the World Trade Center, for example, must rank as the most egregious case of destruction of evidence from a crime scene in American history. In late September 2001, officials uncovered a criminal scheme to divert metal to dumps in Long Island and New Jersey. Some 250 tons of scrap metal were found at unofficial dump sites. In November 2001, the trucks carrying steel from the World Trade Center were outfitted with a global positioning system, GPS, device monitored by an Israeli named Yoram Shalmon of Power Lock Technologies of Toronto, a contractor in the cleanup project. Shalmon was then able to track nearly 200 trucks in real time as they carried the crucial steel evidence to the scrapyards that destroyed it using Power Lock's Vehicle Location Device, VLD. Each VLD unit cost about $1,000. We were able to start identifying patterns of behavior. If a driver arrived late, the traffic analyst would look at why. Maybe the driver stopped for lunch, or maybe he ran into traffic, Shalmon told Jacqueline M.E. of SecuritySolutions.com. 99% of the drivers were extremely driven to do their jobs, but there were big concerns because the loads consisted of highly sensitive material. One driver, for example, took an extended lunch break of an hour and a half. There was nothing criminal about that, but he was dismissed. There were also cases where trucks did little detours from their routes, Shalmon said. Likewise, during the official dive for evidence to the wreck of Estonia, on which more than 852 people are known to have died, the crucial locking bolt from the bow visor, which officials say caused the catastrophe, was thrown back into the sea. The bolt had been removed by divers and brought to the surface for investigation only to be thrown back by Börje Stenström, the Swedish Navy commander who was the head of the technical group of the International Investigation Commission. According to German investigators, Stenström threw away the bolt, which according to his own explanation of the sinking was, quote, one of the most important pieces of evidence, close quote. The first rule in managing a criminal cover-up is to control access to the evidence. The second rule is to destroy any and all evidence that contradicts the official version of events. The fact that these three disasters all occurred during exercises that simulated similar terror scenarios has been ignored by the mass media, which has treated these extremely uncanny coincidences as complete non-issues. Information about the exercises has been kept from the public. The government cover-ups have been facilitated by the compliant mass media, which has consistently ignored the fact that these disasters occurred within the context of strikingly similar terrorism exercises. The terrorist attacks, for example, that struck New York and Washington on 9/11, and the London bombings of July 7, 2005, were the realization, that is, the making real, of computer-based scenarios that were being staged in the same place at the same time. Would a truly free press ignore the fact that these terror atrocities occurred within the context of terror exercises? The easiest way to carry out a false flag attack is by setting up a military exercise that simulates the very attack you want to carry out. Captain Eric H. May, a former military intelligence officer from the U.S. Army, wrote in an article entitled False Flag Prospects 2008, Top 3 U.S. Target Cities. This is exactly how government perpetrators in the United States and United Kingdom handled the 9/11 and 7/7 terror attacks, May writes, which were in reality government attacks blamed on terrorists. False flag terror attacks are designed and carried out with the intention of having a targeted foe wrongly blamed in order to manipulate public opinion and foment war. Captain May certainly knows what he is talking about. He is an expert in military exercises involving simulations. May completed advanced courses at the U.S. Army's School for Military Intelligence Officers at Fort Huachuca, Arizona, and served 5 years with the U.S. Army's 75th Division as an opposing forces controller, where he ran contrarian scenarios. May's aim, he says, as a former military intelligence officer who spent 5 years conducting war games, is to warn the public that the next 9/11, constantly promised by officials in the media, is likely to be carried out under the guise of future military exercises. If the American people are aware of pending exercises and the danger they represent, May says, then the exercises cannot go live and affect the very terror events they are supposed to be rehearsing against. 9/11 and the July 7, 2005 bombings in London have smoking guns, proving that the mass murderers were not foreign terrorists, but domestic tyrants, May writes. The smoking guns, he says, are the terror exercises that simulated the attacks that actually occurred. While the terrorism drills created the contrarian scenario framework within which the real terror attacks occurred, it does not necessarily follow that the agency running the exercise is the actual terrorist. The true culprit may be a foreign agency who is covertly but intimately aware of the planning of the exercise. By having access to the critical computer networks involved in the exercise, this outside agency has the ability to hijack the drill and make it go live. While the real terrorists could be from any agency that is involved in the drill, they could also be from a foreign intelligence organization that has gained backdoor access to the computer networks on which the exercise is planned and carried out. Israeli military intelligence, for example, which has long been engaged in supplying enterprise software, such as PTEC, and network security personnel and programs to the U.S. government and military, undoubtedly has backdoor access to these sensitive computer networks. As May says, the smoking gun terror drills disprove the official fairy tale that Islamic terrorists are responsible for these false flag terror attacks. The Arabs and Muslims who have been wrongly blamed for 9/11 and the London bombings have simply been framed, like Lee Harvey Oswald, as part of the deception. London, July 7, 2005. At the exact time of the terror bombings of the London Underground and a bus at Tavistock Square, a man named Peter Power and his crisis management team, Visor Consultants Limited, was conducting a terrorism drill for a mysterious unnamed client. The Visor exercise was precisely identical to the bombings that occurred. How likely is such a coincidence? Peter Power had previously worked at Scotland Yard, the anti-terrorist branch, and as a police superintendent in West Dorset, England. In 1993, Power was the subject of a criminal investigation which led to his suspension and retirement from the police in April 1993. Superintendent Power was suspended following an internal police inquiry, which resulted in a file being submitted to the Director of Public Prosecution. Oddly, the details of the Power investigation have been kept classified. After a 5-month investigation, Power retired from the police force in September 1993 at the age of 42 on health grounds. This is the real one. Just hours after the London bombings, Power explained the incredible coincidences with the drill his company was conducting in a radio interview with Peter Allen on BBC 5. Quote, Power. At 9:30 this morning, we were actually running an exercise for a company of over 1,000 people in London based on simultaneous bombs going off precisely at the railway stations where it happened this morning. So I still have the hairs on the back of my neck standing up right now. Peter Allen. To get this straight, you were running an exercise to see how you would cope with this, and it happened while you were running the exercise? Power. Precisely. And it was about 9:30 this morning. We planned this for a company, and for obvious reasons I don't want to reveal their name, but they're listening and they'll know it. And we had a room full of crisis managers. For the first time they'd met. And so within 5 minutes we made a pretty rapid decision. This is the real one. And so we went through the correct drills of activating crisis management procedures to jump from slow time to quick time thinking, and so on. We chose a scenario. Peter Power appeared in a television interview on ITV News on the day of the bombings and revealed more details about the terror drill he was involved in. Power. Today we were running an exercise for a company, bearing in mind I'm now in the private sector, and we sat everybody down in the city, 1,000 people involved in the whole organization, but the crisis team. And the most peculiar thing was, we based our scenario on the simultaneous attacks on an underground and mainline station, so we had to suddenly switch an exercise from fictional to real. And one of the first things is, get that bureau number. When you have a list of people missing, tell them. And it took a long time. ITV host. Just to get this right, you were actually working today on an exercise that envisioned virtually this scenario? Power. Almost precisely. I was up to 2 o'clock this morning. Because it's our job, my own company, Visor Consultants. We specialize in helping people to get their crisis management response. How do you jump from slow time thinking to quick time doing? And we chose a scenario, with their assistance, which is based on a terrorist attack because they're very close to property occupied by Jewish businessmen. They're in the city, and there are more American banks in the city than there are in the whole of New York. A logical thing to do. And I've still got the hair... ... One would think that such astounding revelations of a British terrorism expert about how the terror bombings were almost precisely like the exercise he had been conducting for a mysterious company would be of great interest to the media. That has, however, not been the case. There has been virtually no discussion in the mainstream media that the London bombings or other terrorist atrocities and disasters like 9/11 and the sinking of Estonia occurred within the context of security drills that were very similar to what actually happened. Why has this crucial background information been censored? Astonishing first-hand accounts, like Peter Power's, from people engaged in these exercises were reported shortly after the events occurred, yet these important stories were confined to local news outlets and not reported in the major national and international news outlets, in newspapers like the New York Times, for example, whose motto is, all the news that's fit to print. BBC and the series of explosions at the World Trade Center. Power's comments about the amazing coincidences with his security drill were censored by the BBC in the same way as the eyewitness report of Stephen Evans, the reporter at the World Trade Center on 9/11. Evans was on the ground floor of the South Tower when planes struck the complex. When he appeared on BBC World Television shortly after the collapse of the Twin Towers, Evans repeatedly described a series of explosions he had witnessed at the base of the tower before it was demolished. From the first minute Evans spoke, however, it was quite obvious that his eyewitness report was being censored by the higher powers at the BBC. When the BBC later revisited the events of 9/11 with Evans, there was absolutely no mention of the series of explosions he had talked about on the morning of the attacks. How can that be? Such blatant and intentional omissions are properly defined as censorship. Evans' astonishing eyewitness account from 9/11 was evidently dropped into the memory hole at the BBC. Peter Power's revealing comments about the London bombings met the same fate. The BBC has a very peculiar history regarding the events of 9/11. Not only did the British network censor Evans' reports of explosions at the World Trade Center, it also reported that the building known as WTC-7 had collapsed about 30 minutes before the 47-story tower mysteriously fell into its foundation. Jane Stanley, a BBC World Television reporter in New York City on 9/11, reported at about 5:54 p.m., that's 21:54 GMT, that the Solomon Brothers building owned by Larry Silverstein had collapsed. Silverstein's building, however, which he later admitted had been pulled, did not collapse until 5:20 p.m., 22:20 GMT. BBC News editor Richard Porter subsequently wrote on the BBC website in February 2007, "We no longer have the original tapes of our 9/11 coverage for reasons of cock-up, not conspiracy." Close quote. But why would the BBC destroy its original tapes of 9/11? This was the same excuse for destroying evidence given by the corrupt Hoffman Estates, Illinois police, who said they had recycled the videotapes they had made of their 3-man undercover tactical squad assaulting me at my house in August 2006. For independent journalists to question the controlled media's version of events, from which such significant first-hand accounts have been censored, is to risk being branded a conspiracy theorist. The public is now told that eyewitness reports from people who were actually in the disaster or saw it with their own eyes can no longer be considered reliable testimony. How very odd. Such was the case with the downing of TWA Flight 800 off Long Island, New York. In 1996, when more than 100 eyewitnesses reported seeing what appeared to be a missile streak from the surface of the ocean, strike the aircraft, and cause an explosive fireball. I attended the final presentation of the official TWA 800 report by the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB, in 2000, when David Meyer, whose only credential as a panel member was a PhD in applied experimental psychology from Rice University, audaciously dismissed the reports of more than 100 eyewitnesses as the collective hallucinations of intoxicated New Yorkers, based solely on the fact that it was a summer evening. At that point, it was abundantly clear that there was something seriously wrong with the NTSB and their investigation of the downing of TWA 800. The cover-up could not have been more obvious. The plane into building drill of 9/11. On 9/11, an agency of the Department of Defense and the CIA was conducting a terror simulation in which an imaginary airplane from Washington's Dulles International Airport were to crash into one of the 4 towers of the suburban campus of the National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, in Chantilly, Virginia, just a few miles from the Pentagon. The plane that allegedly crashed into the Pentagon, American Airlines Flight 77, departed from the same airport at 8:20 a.m. on 9/11. When the terror scenario became real in New York and at the Pentagon, the NRO exercise was canceled, and nearly all its 3,000 employees, the people who operate the nation's eye in the sky, were sent home. The government said it was a bizarre coincidence that the NRO, a military intelligence agency working under the Department of Defense and the CIA, had planned a simulated exercise with a mock plane-into-building crash on the morning of 9/11. It was just an incredible coincidence that this happened to involve an aircraft crashing into our facility, spokesman Art Haubold told the Associated Press in August 2002. As soon as the real-world events began, we canceled the exercise. As the agency that operates the nation's spy satellites, the NRO personnel come from the military and the CIA. When the attacks occurred, however, most of the 3,000 people who work at the agency were sent home. Why would they do that? The fact that the spy agency had planned such a drill was casually leaked in an announcement for a Homeland Security conference in Chicago in 2002. In a promotion for speaker John Fulton, a CIA officer assigned as chief of NRO's Strategic Gaming Division, the announcement said, quote, "On the morning of September 11, 2001, Mr. Fulton and his team were running a pre-planned simulation to explore the emergency response issues that would be created if a plane were to strike a building. Little did they know that the scenario would come true in a dramatic way that day." Critical failures. The most pressing questions about why the U.S. military air defense system failed to intercept the 4 hijacked planes on 9/11 are obviously of crucial importance. Captain May writes that even official apologists call 9/11 the greatest defense failure in American history. How could the most modern and expensive air force in the world fail to intercept 4 airliners, 3 of which roamed wild for hundreds of miles before striking landmark buildings in New York and Washington? Why was the U.S. air defense system unable to intercept several large, slow-moving planes as they struck the nation's largest city and its capital? These crucial questions have never been raised by the government-appointed commissions or the media, which have all avoided discussing the military exercises of 9/11. It's not that these drills were not reported, but rather that their connection to the disasters has not been openly discussed and investigated. 4 months after 9/11, the Post-Standard of Syracuse, New York, published an article by Hart Seeley that featured first-hand accounts of the military radar operators of the Northeast Air Defense Sector, NEADS, at the former Griffiths Air Force Base in Rome, New York. These radar operators were the eyes of the U.S. air defense system for the eastern part of the nation on 9/11. In Seeley's article, the NEADS personnel explained how a North American aerospace defense, that's NORAD, exercise called Vigilant Guardian, which they were participating in, had caused systemic confusion, which prevented an effective military response to the real emergency. The confusion at NEADS was evident from the moment Boston Flight Control informed them that a plane had been hijacked. At 8:38 a.m., an air traffic controller telephoned Sergeant Jeremy Powell at NEADS to inform him that one of their planes had been hijacked and was headed to New York. Quote, "Is this real world or exercise?" Powell asked. "No, this is not an exercise, not a test," Powell was told, according to the transcripts of the 9/11 Commission report. Seeley's article described the context and the confusion at NEADS. Quote, 6 a.m., War Games. Lieutenant Colonel Don Deskins figured it would be a long day. September 11 was day 2 of Vigilant Guardian, an exercise that would pose an imaginary crisis to North American air defense outposts nationwide. The simulation would run all week, and Deskins, starting her 12-hour shift in the Operations Center as the NORAD unit's airborne control and warning officer, might find herself on the spot. Day 1 of the simulation had moved slowly. She hoped the exercise gathered steam. It made a long day go faster. 8:40 a.m., Real World. In the Ops Center, 3 rows of radar scopes face a high wall of widescreen monitors. Supervisors pace behind technicians who peer at the instruments. Here it is always quiet, always dark, except for the green radar glow. At 8:40, Deskins noticed senior technician Jeremy Powell waving his hand. Boston Center was on the line, he said. It had a hijacked airplane. It must be part of the exercise, Deskins thought. At first, everybody did. Then Deskins saw the glowing direct phone line to the Federal Aviation Administration. On the phone, she heard the voice of a military liaison for the FAA's Boston Center. "I have a hijacked aircraft," he told her. American Airlines Flight 11, headed to Los Angeles, had veered off course, apparently toward New York. The liaison said to get some F-16s or something airborne. 41 minutes earlier, Flight 11 had left Logan Airport with 81 passengers. For the last 27 minutes, it had not responded to ground control. Deskins requested Flight 11's latest position, which an operator put up on the screen. Flight 11 wasn't there. Someone had turned off its transponder, the device that identifies the plane to ground control. Boston Center could still track it on primary radar, but the operators in Rome would be hard-pressed to find it amid the jumble of blips on their screens. "We'll direct the intercept," the liaison told Deskins. "Just get something up there." Deskins ran up the short flight of stairs to the battle cab and reported the hijacked plane. Real world, not a simulation. Not a simulation. What is most peculiar is that Seeley's informative article about the confusion among the critical military radar operators at NIADS was never published or referenced by any national newspaper in the United States. The New York Times, for example, has never even mentioned Vigilant Guardian, the air defense exercise that contributed to confusion behind the military's failure to protect New York City on 9/11. Oddly, among the national newspapers and news magazines of the United States, Vigilant Guardian was only mentioned once, very briefly in a Washington Post book review of the 9/11 Commission's report. The review began, "If the 9/11 report had been written as a novel, nobody would believe it. The story is too far-fetched." The Post mentioned Vigilant Guardian when it quoted a little-noticed footnote from the report. Quote, "When FAA officials realize, late, that planes are being hijacked, they can't monitor them or decide what to do. The vice president thinks he has issued orders to shoot down civilian planes, but the pilots in the air don't get the word. The military's Air Defense Command isn't sure whether it's dealing with an exercise or a real event. Incredibly, according to a little-noticed footnote in the report, on 9/11, NORAD was scheduled to conduct a military exercise, Vigilant Guardian, which postulated a bomber attack from the former Soviet Union." Close quote. Vigilant Guardian obviously confused the military because simulated hijackings and false injects, radar indications of non-existent planes, were reportedly part of the exercise. This is why Deskins and others were initially uncertain whether the reports of hijacked planes were real world or simulation. First thing that went through my mind was, is this part of the exercise? Air Force Major General Larry Arnold, who was at the command center at the Tyndall Air Force Base in Florida, told ABC News. Is this some kind of screw-up? The military's inability to respond effectively to the rogue aircraft of 9/11 was evidently caused, at least in part, by the NORAD exercise. The fact that a similar exercise involving a plane striking a military facility near the Pentagon was being staged on the morning of 9/11 indicates that the computer-based exercises played key roles in the actual terror attacks that occurred. What role the military exercises played in the 9/11 terror attacks and how they could have been hijacked and by whom are questions that need to be answered and which will be addressed in a later chapter. The Estonia catastrophe. The unexplained sinking of the Baltic ferry Estonia on its way to Stockholm from Tallinn in late September 1994 is the third catastrophe, not chronologically, that occurred within the framework of a military exercise. The day before it sank, Estonia had been the scene of a terrorism exercise in which the simulation was a terror bombing of the ferry. Looking at the NATO military assets that were assembled nearby and the terrorism drill that had just been conducted on the ship, the stage was set and the actors in place for what turned out to be a real disaster. The Estonia catastrophe is Europe's worst maritime disaster since World War II. Tragically, 852 people are known to have died when Estonia sank in the early hours of September 28, 1994. More than 1,000 may have perished if the report is true that some 150 Iraqi Kurds were being smuggled to Sweden in a truck. Scores of people died in the frigid water of the Baltic Sea waiting for rescue boats and helicopters that came too late. More than 90 lifeless bodies were retrieved from the life rafts. NATO's search and rescue exercise. Although it is seldom mentioned, the Estonia catastrophe occurred on the first day of a 10-day NATO naval exercise called Cooperative Venture 94, in which more than 15 ships and a number of maritime aircraft were prepared to conduct humanitarian, and search and rescue operations in nearby waters. The NATO exercise, which involved 10 NATO member states and the Baltic partner nations of Russia, Sweden, Poland, and Lithuania, was to be staged in the Skagerrak between Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, and the Norwegian Sea, according to the NATO press release about the exercise from September 16, 1994. The NATO nations who participated in the exercise were Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Spain, United Kingdom, and the United States. Many other allies and partners sent observers to the exercise, according to the NATO press release. The fact that Estonia sank as the submarines, ships, planes, personnel, and satellites from the navies of 14 nations were preparing to begin their 10-day search and rescue operations exercise off the coast of Sweden raises several obvious questions that deserve to be answered. If NATO had 15 ships and a number of aircraft assembled nearby, prepared to conduct a search and rescue exercise, why did they stay away? The Swedish rescue helicopters were ill-prepared and ill-equipped, which resulted in a fatal delay for those waiting to be rescued. Of the 989 people aboard Estonia, only 137 survived. Were there specially equipped rescue helicopters or other aircraft that could have assisted? Drew Wilson, author of The Hole, a book about the Estonia catastrophe, wrote, "Survivors who didn't die from hypothermia while floating on upturned boats or flotsam in the biting water waited 4 to 6 hours for rescue. NATO search and rescue personnel and equipment could have saved some lives. Flying time was under 1 hour. Why didn't they respond to the distress traffic? What happened?" The evidence indicates that the Mayday signals from Estonia had been jammed, as were all radio communications in the area. A series of comprehensive malfunctions in regional communication systems, all at once and all at the exact time the ferry had sunk, suggest involvement by a military or intelligence services. Wilson wrote in The Hole, "Was a distress call intentionally blocked? If so, why?" Communications throughout the northern Baltic Sea were disrupted during the time of the accident. As Wilson documents, VHF Channel 16, the International Mayday Channel, and Channel 2182 were blocked. Signal jamming of all radio communications apparently occurred on the southern coastline of Finland as the accident unfolded. Werner Hummel, the German investigator, said that his group had documentation showing that the regional telephone network servicing the catastrophe site failed just as it was needed most. The malfunction was truly a startling coincidence. The telephone company stated its entire radio communications network, for unknown reasons, had been down from 1:03 to 1:58 a.m., almost exactly the time the Estonia first encountered trouble, until the time it disappeared from radar. Did the NATO communications units prepared for the search and rescue exercise overhear the distress calls coming from Estonia? NATO, with state-of-the-art satellite and airborne surveillance assets in place over the Baltic Sea, certainly must know who was blocking the SOS calls. Why has this information been kept secret since 1994? Blocking SOS calls and jamming distress signals is a violation of international law. Why has this crime not been investigated? The intentional blocking of the Mayday signals from Estonia points to complicity in mass murder. Naval exercises are meant to be as realistic as possible. Olivier Schmidt, director of the Intelligence Files, Today's Secrets, Tomorrow's Scandals, writes, "What was the search and rescue scenario of NATO's Cooperative Venture 94 exercise, which was commanded at sea by the Dutch submarine commander Gijsberg Goffert Hooft?" I sent a series of questions to Robert Pagel, NATO's press officer for Baltic issues, about NATO's response to the Estonia catastrophe. Quote, "Did NATO have any naval assets in the Baltic Sea on the night of September 27-28, 1994? And what actions did NATO take in the immediate aftermath of the Estonia disaster? Did NATO pick up the Mayday signals being sent and jammed from Estonia? Why didn't NATO assist, given the urgent need to retrieve hundreds of freezing people from life rafts? What was the scenario of NATO's search and recovery exercise? Close quote. Despite telephone calls and email exchanges with the press office at NATO headquarters, Robert Pagel failed to respond to a single question about NATO's failure to respond to the Estonia catastrophe. Drew Wilson met the same wall of silence at NATO when he asked questions about Estonia for his book, The Whole. NATO had 14 ships, submarines, aircraft, and personnel from the United States, Europe, Sweden, and Russia assembled near the scene of the sinking of Estonia. If NATO has a reasonable explanation for its failure to respond to Europe's worst maritime disaster since World War II, why is it unwilling to provide it? Estonia's bomb drills. The Estonia ferry had been the object of bomb threats and had participated in at least 2 terror bomb exercises in 1994, one in February and another one just the day before it sank. On February 2, 1994, Estonia was the subject of a major mock bomb exercise conducted with RITS, Sweden's Maritime Fire and Rescue Agency, and the Stockholm Police. The Stockholm Police had requested to take part in the exercise and used bomb-sniffing dogs to find explosives. The terror simulation involved a scenario in which bombs had been placed in the sauna and swimming pool area on the lowest deck, below the waterline in the bow of the ship. A second bomb was placed in the sleeping quarters on the first deck, also below the waterline. In the Estonia terror scenario, the explosives in the sauna were to be found by the dogs, while the second bomb was to explode. The purpose of this terrorism drill was to train with the ship's crew and include shore-based terrorism experts and police with bomb-sniffing dogs brought to the ship by helicopter. In the simulation, the bombs were set to explode about halfway between the Estonian and Swedish coasts, which is where the ship actually sank in September 1994 after a similar mock bomb exercise. When Estonia sank, a bomb drill on the ship had just been concluded. Survivors from the sinking actually reported hearing 2 huge explosions immediately before the ship listed to starboard. Several crew members testified to having heard the coded fire alarm, "Mr. Skylight to number 1 and 2, over the ferry's public address system at about 1:02 a.m. after the vessel had listed severely. This is the message for the crew that was used during the previous bomb drill in February 1994. Mr. Skylight was a signal for the firefighters to go to fire stations 1 and 2 and prepare for damage control. The coded alarm indicates that there was damage caused by a fire or explosion that required immediate attention. The massive ferry, 150 meters in length, sank in less than 30 minutes. The fact that the ship sank extremely quickly and the eyewitness reports from survivors suggest that explosives had torn a large hole in the hull below the waterline, as in the drill. Swedish policemen who had just conducted training involving a mock bomb threat on the ferry were returning home when Estonia sank. Of the 70 policemen, only 7 survived. According to survivors, Estonia sank after 2 explosions rocked the ship in the middle of the night. A drill of a bombing simulation on the ship had just been completed the day before. It is now known that the passenger ferry was being used to transport Soviet military contraband when it sank. The highest officials in Swedish customs, government, and military were aware of the sensitive and illegal shipments that put the ferry and her passengers at risk. Is this why they have been so dedicated to protecting the lies about the sinking? Solving 9/11, The Deception That Changed the World, by Chris Bollyn. Chapter 5. Why did crucial computer systems fail? Quote, P-Tech was with MITRE Corporation in the basement of the FAA for 2 years prior to 9/11. Their specific job is to look at interoperability issues the FAA had with NORAD and the Air Force in the case of an emergency. If anyone was in a position to know that the FAA, that there was a window of opportunity or to insert software or to change anything, it would have been P-TECH along with MITRE. Close quote. Indira Singh, IT and risk consultant with J.P. Morgan Chase and DARPA at the 9/11 Citizens Commission hearings, New York City, September 9, 2004. Why did crucial computer systems fail? The dependence of the U.S. government and military on computer systems, which often run software provided by outside vendors, is an Achilles heel of the world's most powerful nation. The failure of crucial computer systems on 9/11 is proof of that fundamental weakness and vulnerability. Apart from being a monstrous crime of mass murder and false flag terrorism, 9/11 was also a sophisticated computer crime, carried out through long-term foreign infiltration of the most sensitive U.S. military and government computer networks. This infiltration gave the perpetrators real-time access to all the data on the computers of the U.S. government and military. On 9/11, this superuser access gave the people behind the terrorist attacks the ability to thwart a military response to the emergency as it developed. P-TECH and 9/11. The subject of computer sabotage in relation to the aerial attacks of 9/11 was first raised by Indira Singh, who spoke at some of the early 9/11 conferences. During these 9/11 truth events, Singh talked about a small Massachusetts-based software company called P-TECH, which she said was linked to Arab terrorists. P-TECH was said to be a startup company from Quincy, Massachusetts, whose software was running on the most sensitive computer systems of the U.S. government, including those of the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, and the U.S. Air Force, two agencies whose computer systems evidently failed on 9/11. Singh, a senior risk and IT consultant with J.P. Morgan Chase in 2001, is described as a whistleblower because of her revelations about P-TECH's involvement with the critical computer systems that failed on 9/11. Quote, P-TECH was with MITRE Corporation in the basement of the FAA for 2 years prior to 9/11, Singh said. Their specific job is to look at interoperability issues the FAA had with NORAD and the Air Force in the case of an emergency. If anyone was in a position to know that the FAA, that there was a window of opportunity or to insert software or to change anything, it would have been P-TECH along with MITRE. MITRE Corporation. The MITRE Corporation has provided computer and information technology to the FAA and the U.S. Air Force since the late 1950s. MITRE is a federally funded research and development center, FFRDC, for the Department of Defense, the FAA, and the Internal Revenue Service. MITRE is a major defense contracting organization headed by the former Director of Central Intelligence, Dr. James Rodney Schlesinger. Schlesinger, who was reportedly made DCI at the request of Henry Kissinger in 1973, later served as Secretary of Defense. Schlesinger, a former Director of Strategic Studies at the RAND Corporation, was described in a 1973 biography as a devout Lutheran, although he was born in New York in 1929 to immigrant Jewish parents from Austria and Russia. MITRE's Command, Control, Communications, and Intelligence, FFRDC, for the Department of Defense, was established in 1958. The C3I, Command, Control, Communications, and Intelligence, supports a broad and diverse set of sponsors within the Department of Defense and the intelligence community. These include the military departments, defense and intelligence agencies, the combatant commands, and elements of both the Office of the Secretary of Defense and the Office of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, according to MITRE's website. Information systems technology, it says, coupled with domain knowledge, underpin the work of the C3I FFRDC. The U.S. Air Force maintains its Electronics Systems Center at the Hanscom Air Force Base in Bedford, Massachusetts. The ESC manages the development and acquisition of electronic command and control systems used by the Air Force. The ESC is the Air Force's brain for information, command, and control systems, according to Charles Paoni, a civilian employee of the ESC. It is the product center for the Air Force's Airborne Warning and Control System, AWACS, and Joint Surveillance Target Attack Radar System, Paoni said. Asked about MITRE's role at the ESC, Paoni said, "MITRE does the front-end engineering. It's basically our in-house engineer. MITRE employees operate the computer systems at Hanscom Air Force Base," Paoni said. MIT's Lincoln Laboratories, the parent of MITRE, is located on Hanscom Air Force Base. A second FFRDC, the Center for Advanced Aviation System Development, provides computer engineering and technology to the FAA. MITRE's support of the FAA began in 1958 when the company was created. The FAA's Airspace Management Handbook of May 2004, for example, was written and published by the MITRE Corporation. Jennifer Schirman, MITRE's Public Relations Manager for Corporate Identity in Bedford, said that MITRE is a trusted mentor for the FAA and is a unique provider of objective and independent information for the U.S. Civil Aviation Authority. MITRE's Bedford headquarters are located near Boston's Logan Airport, where the two planes that struck the World Trade Center supposedly originated. Bedford lies directly under the flight path of westbound flights leaving Logan. MITRE developed the technology to aid controllers in solving problems while keeping aircraft close to their route, altitude, and speed preferences. Sherman was unable to say why the MITRE technology failed on 9/11. P-TECH. In her speeches about P-TECH, Indira Singh talked about P-TECH's alleged connections with Saudi Arabia, but said little about MITRE. Here's an extract from an interview she did with Pacifica Radio in 2005. Quote, "Maybe those organizations don't fully know who their masters are. And P-TECH is the one thread, the one golden thread you pull on, and all of this is unraveled, because it goes into the corporations, it goes into these government entities, it goes into the terrorism financing entities that none of which have been, by the way, taken to task. There are just so many questions about what does this all mean. And as I investigated further, we found that the origins of P-TECH were very interesting. Where did this company come from, obviously, is the first question. And how did they get to be so powerful? Who were the people? Who were the organizations that brought them in? Who knew? Who gave them the power?" P-TECH software is utilized at the highest levels of almost every government and military and defense organization in this country, Singh said, including the Secret Service, the FBI, the Department of Defense, the House of Representatives, the Treasury Department, the IRS, the U.S. Navy, the U.S. Air Force, and last but not least, the Federal Aviation Administration. I found it hard to believe that the most sensitive government and military computers would run enterprise software from a Lebanese-owned startup company called P-TECH. All the talk about the Saudi financier behind P-TECH being linked to Osama bin Laden seemed fishy. It simply did not make sense that the most secure computer systems of the U.S. government would be running software written by a Lebanese Muslim immigrant financed by a Saudi who happened to be on the most wanted list of global terrorists. Osama Ziada, a Lebanese immigrant who came to the United States in 1985, founded P-TECH in 1994. After 9/11, P-TECH was said to be connected to the Muslim Brotherhood and Arab financiers of terrorism. The firm's suspected links with terrorism resulted in a consensual examination by the FBI in December 2002. The media reports of the FBI raid on P-TECH soon led to the demise of the company. When I turned my attention to P-TECH in early 2005, I discovered that a key person involved in the development of the company was a Zionist Jewish lawyer named Michael Goff from Worcester, Massachusetts. Here's what Goff Communications' website said in 2005 about his work with P-TECH. Michael was marketing manager at P-TECH Incorporated, a leading provider of business process modeling, design, and development software. In this capacity, Michael managed various marketing programs and activities, including public relations, direct mail, web development, collateral, trade shows, and seminars. Additionally, Michael also worked closely with P-TEC's sales organization to perform competitive analysis as well as manage lead tracking and fulfillment activities. When Michael first joined P-TEC, he shared responsibilities between marketing and information systems for the company. As information systems manager, Michael handled design, deployment, and management of its Windows and Macintosh, data, and voice networks. As part of this effort, Michael developed Lotus Notes-based systems for sales and marketing, lead tracking, and IS service and support requests. Michael also performed employee training and handled all procurement for software, systems, and peripherals. At the time, March 2005, Goff's website said that he was working for an Israeli-run computer security company called Guardium. Goff's relationship with a Mossad-funded database security company raised my suspicion that P-TEC was probably an Arab false front that was actually controlled by Israeli intelligence. Goff would have been their primary agent inside the company. Guardium is less than 5 miles from Hanscom Air Force Base, site of MIT's Lincoln Labs, and about the same distance from Boston's Logan Airport. Guardium, a database security firm, was clearly a Mossad-funded operation. This was evident by the 3 Israeli venture capital firms that financed Guardium: Cedar Fund, Veritas Venture Partners, and Stage One. A closer look at the key personnel of these firms revealed that they were all manned by high-level agents of Israeli military intelligence. Michael Goff has solid Zionist credentials, which explains why Israeli intelligence would use him as a sayan, that is, a helper who is willing to perform a necessary function for the Mossad. Goff's father and grandfather were highest-level Masons in the Worcester Lodge of B'nai B'rith, the secret Masonic organization of Zionist Jews that was established in New York City in 1843. Goff got involved with P-TEC in 1994. When I asked him how he wound up working with P-TEC, he told me that he had left his law firm and been placed with P-TEC through a temporary agency, although he could not name the agency. I found that rather hard to believe. Why would a young American Jewish lawyer working with a good law firm in his hometown suddenly leave the practice to start working with a dodgy startup software company owned by a Lebanese Muslim and financed by a Saudi? Why the abrupt career change? With this discovery, it seemed clear to me that the Israeli hidden hand behind P-TEC had been exposed. My revelations about the Zionist connections at P-TEC were published in a newspaper based in Washington, D.C. in April 2005. Singh, however, seemed to ignore the evidence of an Israeli connection to P-TEC and continued to talk about the company being linked to Saudi sponsors of terror. In any case, Singh and I were asking the same questions. How did P-TEC get to be so powerful? Who gave them the power? Who were the people that brought them in? Who knew? After 9/11, the crucial question was, how did P-TEC software get onto the critical U.S. government networks, particularly those of the FAA, the U.S. Air Force, and NORAD? Who would have allowed P-TEC personnel access to the FAA's core air traffic control system computers in Herndon, Virginia? During my research about the military exercises that were ongoing when 9/11 occurred, I read documents about how the FAA and NEAD's computer systems failed. The FAA in particular was extremely slow to contact the military about the rogue aircraft of 9/11. In one case, one of the rogue aircraft had been allowed to fly without communication for nearly 30 minutes before the military was notified. The heart of the matter. The flawed and delayed FAA procedures and communications with the military are the heart of the matter, as 9/11 relative Kristen Breitweiser said. Quote, "You know, it is very upsetting that the 9/11 Commission had to subpoena the Federal Aviation Administration. According to news reports, there are 150,000 documents that were left out of what the FAA sent to the Commission. These documents went toward the timeline of when the FAA notified the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, when the fighter jets were scrambled, and the communications between air traffic control and the pilots. These are threshold issues that go to the heart of the matter. How did the FAA overlook 150,000 documents pertaining to these issues? It is more than mildly upsetting that they would leave out these documents." Close quote. Monty Belger at the FAA. In the documents about the FAA failures on 9/11, I came across the name of a Monty R. Belger, acting deputy administrator of the FAA at the time. A long-term FAA official who began his career with the FAA in Chicago, Belger was the senior official who oversaw the upgrading of the FAA air traffic computer systems that began in the late 1990s and which was ongoing in 2001. Belger, as acting deputy administrator for air traffic services and system operations, was the key man at the FAA making the executive decisions about these computer upgrades, as the New York Times of June 7, 2001 reported, quote, "The Aviation Agency is installing a computer system that controllers can use to determine whether airplanes can depart from established traffic lanes and fly long distances, and whether they will conflict with other airplanes by doing so." Close quote. Belger was the key decision maker at the Federal Aviation Administration, responsible for the software and computer upgrades that involved P-TECH, the suspicious upgrades which were being done prior to 9/11. Documents and reports from the MITRE Center for Advanced Aviation System Development in McLean, Virginia, show that P-TECH was working with MITRE on FAA computer systems. As his online biography says, Belger, a 30-year veteran of the FAA, was acting deputy administrator for the FAA for 5 years, from 1997 to 2002, leading the 49,000-person team and in charge of operating the world's safest aviation system. During his tenure with the FAA, Belger was the associate administrator for air traffic services, responsible for day-to-day operations of the nation's airspace system, and supervised the FAA's modernization plan aimed at improving aviation capacity, safety, and service to airlines. Belger played a pivotal role in assisting in the transition of aviation security responsibilities from the FAA to the new Transportation Security Administration, and he co-chaired the FAA's successful efforts to adopt acquisition and personnel reform. Belger retired from the FAA in September 2002. U.S. Aviation Technology, LLC. After he left the FAA, Belger became the vice president, government connection, of a small Israeli-run company based in the Fort Lauderdale area called U.S. Aviation Technology. The company was founded by Ehud Udi Mendelson, who described himself as, quote, "a captain in the prestigious Army Intelligence Unit of the Israel Defense Force." Ehud received his B.S. degree in Business and Economics from the Bar Ilan University in Tel Aviv, Israel. He holds a computer and network engineer certification from Microsoft and Novell, his webpage said. Company documents and information from the Israel Venture Capital Research Center website also showed Monty Belger of Centerville, Virginia, as a vice president and government connection of U.S. Aviation Technology, LLC. Mendelson, age 51, was Chief Technology Officer of U.S. Aviation Technology, which was apparently based out of his apartment in Parkland, Florida. Mendelson's company promoted a remote control system that allows a ground pilot to monitor and adjust the computer flight systems on aircraft. As his company presentations say, "We put the ground pilot in the cockpit." The software and system promoted by Mendelson is designed to obtain real-time data from the aircraft's computer recorders in order to monitor flight systems and make corrections if necessary. The possibility to remotely hijack a plane with this system is obvious. Mendelson also promoted a flight data animator, which he said gives the ground pilot all of the data and the visuals that the pilot in the aircraft has. In the 2 online presentations of this equipment, it was stated that corrections could be made by the ground pilot to avoid an accident or situation. The data is sent via satellite to an antenna on the top of the aircraft. This software and equipment allow a remote pilot to fly the aircraft. Mendelsohn was apparently promoting this software and system before 9/11 and hoped to have it on the market in November 2001, according to a document in his company presentation. I called Monty Belger to ask about his relationship with Ehud Mendelsohn and his remote control aviation company. I found it very disturbing that a senior administrator with the FAA would be associated with such a business project, especially after 9/11. I reached Belger at his home on Eagle Tavern Lane in Centerville, Virginia, at about 9 a.m. on January 24, 2008, and asked him about his relationship with U.S. aviation technology and Ehud Mendelsohn. He denied knowing or having anything to do with either the man or the company, and asked me to call back later to his office at Lockheed Martin Corporation, where he was a vice president responsible for transportation system security. When I called Belger at his office, he put me on speakerphone, he said, in order to try and access the websites where he was named as a vice president of U.S. aviation technology. He continued to deny knowing anything about the company or its founder, a member of Israel's Army Intelligence Unit. Peter Gultz of the NTSB. Peter Gultz, the former managing director of the NTSB, the federal agency that investigates air crashes, was also named, along with Monty Belger, as Vice President Corporate Strategy of U.S. Aviation Technology. Gultz, at the NTSB from 1995 until 1999, personally supervised the investigations of TWA Flight 800, Egypt Air 990, the Value Jet crash in Miami, and the mysterious crash of the young John F. Kennedy's plane off the coast of Cape Cod. There are many outstanding questions about what really happened to the aircraft involved in several of the high-profile cases that Gultz was involved in. Peter Gultz, former managing director of the NTSB, also oversaw the seriously flawed TWA 800 and Egypt Air 990 investigations. Prior to being appointed to the NTSB during the Clinton administration, Gultz had been a political advisor in New Hampshire and a lobbyist for gambling interests in Kansas City, but lacked any real expertise in accident investigation. I found nothing in his resume that would make him a suitable candidate to oversee aviation accident investigations. I called Peter Gultz at his home on January 25, 2008, and asked him about his relationship with Ehud Mendelsohn and U.S. aviation technology. Gultz immediately recalled Mendelsohn, saying that he had been based in Miami, and said he had met with the Israeli captain from Israeli military intelligence 2 or 3 times in Washington, D.C. When I asked if his relationship with Mendelsohn had begun before or after 9/11, Gultz said that he did not remember. He did, however, have a very clear recall what Mendelsohn's company was all about: real-time access to all the data from the computer system on an aircraft. Gultz said that he had a hard time understanding what was proprietary about Mendelsohn's U.S. aviation technology. He asked me to send him an email with my questions and the scope of my article. In my email, I explained that as he was listed as a vice president of U.S. aviation technology on the company's website and on that of Israel Venture Capital, I asked how and when he had gotten involved with Mr. Mendelsohn. He wrote back on January 26 and asked me to enlighten him a little more on the focus of my work in this matter. It is worth noting that Gultz did not deny being a vice president of the company, but he was not forthcoming with information about his relationship with Ehud Mendelsohn. If Gultz was confused about Mendelsohn's system, he certainly does not show it in his comments that are found on the testimonial page of U.S. Aviation Technology, where he wrote, quote, "I have reviewed your proposed integrated aircraft early warning system and believe it has considerable technical merit. During my years at the National Transportation Safety Board, we were greatly concerned about the increasing complexity of airplane accidents. Advances in safety, ground proximity warning devices, TCAs, etc., have virtually eliminated certain types of accidents and have forced a greater reliance on the flight data recorder. In a number of accidents, particularly those over open water, TWA Flight 800, Egypt Air, Swiss Air, etc., the investigations were seriously hindered until the boxes were recovered. In the tragic events of September 11th, 3 of the 4 FDRs were destroyed, so no data or voice recordings were recovered. Your system of real-time downloading of aircraft data meets a very real and pressing problem. Not only is it important from a safety and security standpoint, it also has applicability for navigation and flight management. A robust two-way data pipe from the aircraft to the ground and back could revolutionize the industry. The key to your system is its initial simplicity, relying on tested, almost off-the-shelf components. That your concept is well on the way to securing a patent further strengthens your proposal. I look forward to working with you on this project and believe that with the appropriate backing, it will be successful. Peter Gultz, former NTSB Managing Director. Close quote. Note, after contacting Belger and Gultz, the incriminating web pages were taken down from the Internet. This included the removal of the U.S. aviation technology documents. A warning message appeared when trying to access these documents. Some links can only be found using the Internet Archive tool, the Wayback Machine. Solving 9/11, The Deception That Changed the World, by Christopher Bollyn. Chapter 6, The Florida Connection. Quote, terror is theater. Theater is a con trick. Do you know what that means? Con trick? You've been deceived. John Le Carré, The Little Drummer Girl, 1983. The Florida Connection. Florida was the central networking base and staging area for the false flag terror attacks of 9/11. 15 of the 19 Arabs allegedly involved in the hijackings lived and had their base of operations in South Florida. A false flag crime is one which is designed to be blamed on others in order to achieve a strategic or political goal for the real perpetrators of the crime. To understand how Israelis have used this tactic of terrorism, I recommend reading The Little Drummer Girl by John Le Carré and watching the movie by George Roy Hill. Victor Ostrovsky's books about Mossad operations are also recommended reading. The Little Drummer Girl was written with input and advice from many Mossad officers, including a former head of Israeli military intelligence. Much of the book deals with the way Mossad created a completely false history for a Palestinian terrorist by leaving a trail of traces across Europe. This is what was done in Florida with the 15 Arab hijackers whose identities were used to create a false history prior to the attacks of 9/11. That a false history was being laid was quite clear from published reports. Quote, at least 6 of the suspected terrorists had 2 sets of driver's licenses issued by Florida, which would have allowed 2 or more people to use the same identity. The Sun Sentinel reported on September 28, 2001. Quote, many of the suspected terrorists, it is becoming increasingly clear, swapped identities as part of their preparations for the September 11th attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, according to a Sun Sentinel review of documents, interviews, and published reports. But why and by whom were the hijackers' identities being swapped? Were the Arab suspects even aware that their identities were being used by others? These guys were just committed zealots and willing to give it up for the cause without really being key members of the network, Larry Johnson, former Deputy Director of Counterterrorism for the U.S. State Department, said. They were told what to prepare for, what to train for. They were not the ones calling the shots. They were, however, extremely well organized, Johnson said. If the Arab suspects in Florida were only the working level and part of the deception, who were their managers? Who were the architectural level planners calling the shots? Are we supposed to think that Osama bin Laden or Khalid Sheikh Mohammed were truly the brains behind this organization? We don't have anything in history to compare with this, Johnson said. The only thing that comes close to it is a former Soviet intelligence operation. So who was really running the terrorist network in Florida that resembled a Soviet intelligence operation? A preponderance of evidence indicates that it was Israeli military intelligence that was the master planner behind the Arab terrorist network based in Florida. My discovery that Ehud Olmert, then mayor of Jerusalem, made a secret visit to New York City on the eve of 9/11 led to more discoveries about the Israeli intelligence network in Florida and its role in the terror attacks. Wings of Sunny Isles Beach. I have experienced several remarkable coincidences related to the events of 9/11. The first was my wife's vivid dream about our family being attacked by airplanes, which she experienced a few days before the attacks. What is most remarkable about this coincidence is that Helia related her dream to me as we drove through New York City in the early morning hours of September 11, 2001, about 7 hours before the first plane struck the North Tower. Another remarkable coincidence happened during a visit to Miami in February 2006. My family and I had flown in from Germany and were staying at the Monaco Hotel on Collins Avenue. The Monaco is in a part of North Miami Beach that is now called Sunny Isles Beach. We had arrived at night and simply driven north on Collins Avenue until we found a suitable hotel. The Monaco Hotel is one of the few old-fashioned, low-level hotels that remain in that area. The surrounding buildings are monstrous 55-story skyscrapers built right on the beach, the tallest oceanfront condominium towers in the United States. These are the Trump Palace, the Trump Royale, the Trump Grand Ocean Resort, and the Trump International Sonesta Beach Resort in Sunny Isles. At the time, these awful skyscrapers were under construction, and the fences around the site were plastered with posters of the developers, or the visionaries, of Sunny Isles Beach, Donald Trump and his Israeli partners, Michael and Gil Deezer. Michael Deezer is a veteran of the Israeli Air Force who immigrated to the United States in 1962. The Deezers and the Florida Friends of the Israel Defense Forces hold annual poker tournaments to benefit the soldiers of Israel. We went for a walk along Collins Avenue the next evening and stopped in a large beach store called Wings, about a block north of our hotel, looking for a bathing suit for my daughter. The logo for the store reminded me of the wings an Israeli pilot wears on his chest. My wife noticed that the screensaver on a computer on the back counter facing into the store was an Israeli flag that covered the entire screen. While my family browsed around the huge store, in which we were the only shoppers, I talked to the young Middle Eastern-looking man behind the counter. I asked him in Hebrew if he was from Israel, which he was, and then asked him if the store was Israeli-owned. That also turned out to be the case. Having visited Florida, California, and the Caribbean, I have seen all kinds of surf and beach stores, but the Wing store was unusual. The store on Collins Avenue was a very large, freestanding building with a high ceiling and huge windowless storage space behind the store. There were 2 trucks parked in the store's parking lot on the side of the building. The large warehouse space behind the store seemed out of proportion for a simple beach store. How much space is required to store bikinis, t-shirts, and suntan lotion? Most beach stores get by with very little storage space, but not Wings. Every time we walked by the Wing store, we never saw any customers. The store was always empty. This seemed odd because they must have had very high overhead costs. Nothing about this store made sense. It seemed to me more like a logistics base that operated a beachwear store as a front, not unlike the shuttered Urban Moving Systems outfit I had visited in Weehawken, New Jersey. UMS was the fake moving company across the river from the World Trade Center that was exposed as an Israeli intelligence front. Apart from the young man working inside the Wing store, there always seemed to be an Israeli man of military age coming or going near the store. This seemed very strange for a beach store in a quiet part of town. Most beach stores in Miami are small boutiques run by women or retired people. The staff is usually female. Young military-age men from Israel are the last people one would expect to find running a bikini store in Miami. It turns out that Wings has a whole chain of stores in Florida and up the East Coast, as well as in Texas and on the West Coast. What is most interesting about my experience at Wings is that this chain of beach stores is owned by the two Israelis that met with Ehud Olmert in New York City on the eve of 9/11, on September 10, 2001. The founders of L&L Wings are Shaul and Meir Levy, two Israelis of Syrian origin. I learned that Ehud Olmert had made an undisclosed visit to New York City on the eve of 9/11 from an article in the Jerusalem Post about the Likud football club, Beitar. Buried deep in the sports section of July 23, 2004, I discovered this very significant bit of information. Quote, 3 years ago, Beitar was sold to a four-man consortium, U.S. businessmen Meir and Shaul Levy, local businessman Meir Fenegal, and Jerusalem real estate agent Sasson Shem Tov, who pulled out a few weeks ago. Following a meeting in New York with then-Mayor Ehud Olmert on September 10, 2001, there were no other potential buyers. Close quote. The day before 9/11, the men that owned the L&L Wings chain of beach stores met with Ehud Olmert, then mayor of Jerusalem, in New York City. Other than what I have written, this significant fact has not been reported or discussed in the media, mainstream or alternative. According to the website of Wings, the company's corporate office and warehouse are on the second floor at 2800 Northwest 125th Street in Miami, where Shaul Levy is the registered agent. What's interesting about this address, very near the Opa-locka Airport, is that it is also the location of a company called Empire Art Products Incorporated. Why would a multimillionaire Israeli businessman who owns spacious properties on both coasts of Florida, New York, Texas, and California, share a low-rent building in an industrial park with a company that deals in art products? Is Shaul Levy involved in selling art products? Was he the source of the paintings that Israeli intelligence agents, posing as art students, tried to sell at U.S. government offices from 1999 to 2001? To understand how the 9/11 false flag operation was set up requires an understanding of the extensive network of Israeli companies in the United States and how Israeli military intelligence sets up companies disguised as Arab-owned companies. The two men that Ehud Olmert met in New York City on September 10, 2001 are linked to an Israeli network that ran such a false front company in the Fort Lauderdale area during the years prior to 9/11. Is this the reason why Olmert's pre-9/11 visit to New York has been kept secret? When I discovered that Ehud Olmert had visited New York City on the eve of the 9/11 terror atrocity, I suspected that his visit was connected to the false flag attacks. Why else would the visit by the well-known mayor of Jerusalem to his sister city have been kept secret? Visits by high-level Israeli politicians are usually front-page news in New York City. If Olmert's visit to New York City was innocent and only involved the transfer of an Israeli soccer club, why was it kept under wraps? Why did Rudy Giuliani and the New York Police Department conspire to keep it out of the press? It is impossible that the authorities in New York City did not know that Ehud Olmert, Israel's deputy prime minister at the time, was in their city on September 10, 2001. Mayor Olmert's visit was certainly not unknown to the federal authorities. So why wasn't his visit reported in the media? The American journalist Wayne Madsen reported in March 2010 that a full El Al Boeing 747 had departed from New York's John F. Kennedy Airport on the afternoon of September 11, 2001, bound for Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion International Airport. Although all civilian flights had been grounded since 9:45 in the morning on 9/11, an exception was made for the Israeli flight. According to Madsen's report, the Israeli flight departed JFK at 4:11 p.m. The El Al flight to Tel Aviv was authorized by the direct intervention of the U.S. Department of Defense. U.S. military officials were on the scene at JFK and were personally involved with the airport and air traffic control authorities to clear the flight for takeoff, Madsen reported. Was Ehud Olmert on this plane? Why did the U.S. government make an exception for this flight? Olmert, who was raised in the Beitar militia in a founding family of the Irgun, that is the Zionist terror group of the 1930s and 40s, which later became the Likud Party, became the Prime Minister of Israel after Ariel Sharon fell, or was put, into a coma. The secrecy surrounding Olmert's pre-9/11 visit suggests that it had something to do with the terror events which befell the city on the following day. With so much evidence of Israeli prior knowledge and involvement in 9/11, Olmert's undisclosed visit raises obvious questions. Were the people that Olmert met with part of the network behind the false flag terror attacks of 9/11? Are they connected to the network of Israeli agents who posed as art students? From a tip that I received, I found that Shaul and Meyer Levy are connected to an extensive Israeli network in Florida and across the United States that included a suspicious art graphics business that disguised itself as an Arab-owned company. Mossad operations in the United States are usually carried out under the guise of a legitimate business, such as Urban Moving Systems of Weehawken, New Jersey. An Israeli-owned firm will only disguise itself as an Arab-owned company when it is playing a part in a false flag operation, like 9/11. The purpose of the Arab disguise is to put up a false front to hide the real people involved in the operation. This is, for example, exactly the kind of disguise that was used by P-Tech, the enterprise software company that loaded spy and control software onto the most sensitive computer networks in the U.S. government. The tip. I received this very interesting email at the end of 2007. Dear Mr. Bollyn, something has been bothering me for some years. I feel it may be insignificant, but the event is so out of place that I had to share it with someone like you who investigates 9/11 earnestly. My wife and I run a small gift shop selling seashells, t-shirts, and Florida gifts. I print my own Florida t-shirts using heat transfers, which I buy from a company called Next Graphics in Fort Lauderdale. One day, just before September 11, 2001, I went to their plant to get some transfers. Normally, there is a secretary sitting in her cubicle, and she calls to a salesman who takes my order. This time it was different. There was no secretary and nobody in attendance, so I went along the corridor to my left, towards the end where I knew there was a large conference room, something like you would use for presentations. And just before entering the room, I was accosted by an Israeli, I knew by accent, who started to ask me about my business and expressed an interest in buying it. It was obvious that he was trying to engage me in conversation so that I would not go into the room. I ignored him and went straight in. I saw about 10 to 12 Israelis sitting around this very large conference table. I engaged some of them in conversation because some spoke Russian, the language I speak fluently. We spoke about the business, but I soon discovered that they knew nothing about graphics. It is only after 9/11 that I put two and two together and realized the significance of the Israelis being there. Next Graphics is owned by a Palestinian family, which recently purchased their building in a high-profile industrial area. After receiving this interesting tip, I looked into Next Graphics and found that it was not truly Palestinian or Arab-owned at all. While the company was registered under the names of Nabil and Nidal Alif, the principal person behind the company was actually a Sephardic Israeli named Samuel Anijar. The Anijar name originated with a Jewish family in Moorish Spain that was expelled in 1492 to Morocco. Israelis and Palestinians do not usually set up companies together. Many Sephardic Jews came to the New World, particularly the West Indies and South America. They were often involved in the slave trade and owned many slaves. A Samuel Anijar from Hollywood, Florida, is the president of the B'nai Sephardim Synagogue. Samuel Anijar is also a business partner in a Boca Raton-based company called the Big Apple Corporation, whose website says this about Mr. Anijar. Quote, Samuel Anijar is a merchandising consultant for the Big Apple and the principal of Next Graphics Incorporated, based in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The firm specializes in the design, manufacture, and sales of high-tech transfers used in the garment industry. Mr. Anijar is also an owner of Next Authentic Incorporated, an upscale fashion boutique in the Art Deco district of Manhattan's South Beach. He recently completed a remodeling and expansion of the location to accommodate its continued growth. A graduate of College Technique in Deromans, France, Mr. Anijar moved to the United States with his family in 1972. After settling in Wildwood, New Jersey, he developed and operated a chain of beachwear stores. After several successful years in operation, Mr. Anijar selected partners to operate the seasonal shops and relocated to Florida. He continued in the retail business with 5 new beachwear and souvenir stores, which he sold after a decade of profitability. Mr. Anijar also owns several commercial properties along the eastern coast of Florida, which he leases to well-established proprietors. His tenants include franchises of Häagen-Dazs and Eddie's Gourmet Ice Cream and Mezzaluna, a popular restaurant and bar on Ocean Drive in Miami Beach." Close quote. Samuel Anijar worked with another Israeli named Dror Levy on the Big Apple scheme. The Big Apple website provided this sketch about Dror Levy. Quote, "Dror Levy, age 28, is a vice president of research and development for the Big Apple. Currently, Mr. Levy provides consulting services to sportswear manufacturers in the South Florida area. He offers comprehensive solutions and creative recommendations for apparel design, logo, and image development, manufacturing, fiscal planning, personnel, and distribution. For several years, Mr. Levy also operated La Flame Fashion Incorporated, a Hollywood, Florida-based firm he joined in partnership. His knowledge and application of computer systems integration, financial and operational strategies, marketing and staff retraining brought considerable increases in production, revenues, and profits. Mr. Levy is the principal of Dror Inventions Incorporated. He holds United States and Canadian patents for a revolutionary automobile cup holder. This device can be fitted to any vehicle, supports most beverage containers, and eliminates spillage during adverse driving conditions. As a result of his invention, Mr. Levy has been selected as a member of Who's Who of American Inventors and International's Who's Who of Entrepreneurs. He was nominated as Inventor of the Year for 1997 by Intellectual Property Owners, a non-profit association founded in 1972. Its membership includes Fortune 500 companies, small businesses, universities, attorneys, independent inventors, and others who own patents, trademarks, copyrights, and trade secrets. Mr. Levy is also an active member of the Israel Economic Development Council, a professional association committed to enhancing international trade and commerce between Israel and Florida. Mr. Levy is a graduate of the Amal Institute of Engineering in Tel Aviv, Israel. Immediately following the completion of his formal education, he served 4 years in the Israeli Armed Forces as a computer systems analyst and researcher. His responsibilities include computer-aided design for defense equipment and supplies, and cost and feasibility studies for various military operations. Mr. Levy also developed and conducted extensive studies on human behavior, specifically methods of improving soldier morale, motivation, and performance during combat." Close quote. Note, some of the places or institutions in these biographical sketches do not exist, at least not the way they are spelled on the website. For example, Deromans and the Amal Institute of Engineering. The information was about 10 years old, which would have made Mr. Levy about 38 in 2011. Dror Levy, Anijar's partner at the Big Apple, has long been a business partner with Shaul and Meir Levy, the Israelis who met Ehud Olmert in New York City on the eve of 9/11. Dror Levy and another Israeli, Eliezer Tabib, are the registered heads of several companies that were started by Shaul and Meir Levy. The 1000 Highway 98 East Company, for example, which is also the address of the Wings store in Destin, Florida. Dror Levy was described as Vice President and Marketing Director for Miami-based Marco Destin Incorporated, parent of Wings, in the Mobile Register and Naples Daily News of January 7, 2004. Marco apparently stands for Marco Island, where the company also owns property. Marco Destin Incorporated is led by Eliezer Tabib, who took over Wings in Florida and on the Gulf Coast when the L&L Wings partnership was amended in 1998. Marco Destin has 23 stores, including 10 in the Panhandle, the Naples Daily News reported. I wrote back to the person who provided the tip and told him that Next Graphics appeared to be an Israeli-owned business operating behind the false front of being an Arab-owned store. He then responded, Amazing, amazing, amazing. Next Graphics is out of business. I used to buy transfers from them via phone for years between 1996 and 2001. At that time, they were in a different location. Sometimes I had a rush job when someone ordered a dozen shirts or something, so I used to go there. I am puzzled by the behavior of these people. If you entered Graphics waiting room, they had a small altar on your left with an elaborate kursi, an Islamic prayer on the wall, and several very beautiful Islamic inscriptions, small table with a gold-trimmed Holy Quran on it, and several other Islamic mementos. I'm a Muslim and was happy to see display of their faith, but we are not that showy, and very few Muslims have things hanging on their walls. If you go into my house, you will see very little besides the Quran and some scenes from old Cairo on the walls. So this also made me suspicious, since this waiting room is a place where all kinds of people come in, maybe even with drinks, dogs, and obscenities. So that is not a place where a Muslim would display the Quran. It was an obvious attempt at flaunting their non-existent Islamism. I know that they bought this warehouse around 1999 when they moved from another Lauderdale location at 5600 Northwest 12th Avenue, 33309. Their last location was 2131 Blount Road. You mentioned that you would like to know how far their location was from the phony hijackers. You will find that it is not that far. Atta lived in one of those two-story motel-type buildings in Fort Lauderdale, near the beach. There are hundreds of such structures near the water there. The distance would be about 1.5 to 2 miles at most, and the Del Rey location would be about 4 to 5 miles. Interestingly, at that time, there was a mosque in an industrial park near Florida Atlantic University that was operated by a fellow named Ibrahim Bedali. Very nice guy. Ocean geologist by profession. Many of us attended the place. He also taught martial arts, but we never saw a single one of these hijackers there. Maybe they attended a synagogue instead. Why was Anijar running the false front Next Graphics business in the Fort Lauderdale area in the years prior to 9/11? Is this business or the people involved in it connected with the fake Israeli art students who infested U.S. government offices from 1999 to 2001? Was it a base of operations to monitor the Arab patsies who were being cultivated to be the suspects of 9/11? Why were these Israeli art students with backgrounds in bomb and demolition units targeting Drug Enforcement Agency offices? Was this elaborate false front part of the operation controlling and monitoring the 9/11 suspects? Was this an intelligence operation to infiltrate the DEA in order to protect an Israeli drug-running operation? Was this part of an Israeli intelligence arabesque, which happens to be the name of another of the Nabil Alif fake front operations at the 2131 Blount Road location, along with the adjacent stores Next USA and Next Factoring? Nabil and Nidal Alif were certainly a couple very busy and enterprising Arabs. Did Shaul and Mayor Levy become multimillionaires by selling beach towels and bathing suits? Could there be another reason why they own so many freestanding warehouses along the coast of the United States? Have their beachside business locations been used by Israeli intelligence as logistics bases for drug smuggling and other operations, such as 9/11? Why was Ehud Olmert meeting these men in New York City on the day before 9/11? And why was this visit by a senior Israeli politician ignored by the media?